All right. Can everybody hear me up there in the stands okay? All right. We're going to be starting here in just a few minutes. I want to let everybody know that this show, they are streaming it live. So if you've got anybody back home that wants to watch it or somewhere is not here, Ryan Holmes will be streaming it on Facebook at Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension and also on YouTube at Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. So if anybody's wanting to stream live, go to Facebook, Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension, or YouTube, Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. And we'll be getting started here in just a little bit. Also tonight during the show, Thistle Hill Photography Company is the official photographer of the Monroe County Fair. Photos are free to download, and they can be found on their Facebook page and the Monroe County 4-H page on Facebook. That's Thistle Hill Photo Company. All right, we're getting close. I'm going to go over our list of sponsors this year for the Swine Club. This year, our pin sponsors are Smithville Charitable Foundation, Bear Real Estate Sales, and our level sponsors are Pendle Wealth Management, Young Trucking Incorporated, JL Benton Contracting, Stevens Family Farm, Masters of Indiana, Bobby Carney, Midwestern Property Services, Blooming Paws LLC, Keystone Cooperative, K&S Roll-Off. Our silver level sponsors are Bruce and Jamie Johnston, Heath Van Devender and family, the Polly family, Wright Family Farms, Fleener's Cleaning Services, and our bronze level sponsors are BJ McElroy, the Gow family, the McCammon family, and Sam and Deanna Fleener. I'd like to thank all of our sponsors. All right, we're getting ready to get started. We're going to start our 2026 4-H Swine Show. I ask that everyone would stand for our national anthem.
Can you see by the dawn's early light, oh, so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the pale sky. Oh, the ramparts we were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red light above her sailing, yeah, through the night, and our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
All right, we're getting ready to start. I'm going to call up the first class, and we'll start our first class of junior showmen. All right, while they're getting all the animals up here, I'd like to welcome our 2026 Queen and her court that's going to be helping pass out the awards this evening. This year's Queen is Mallory Elliott. First runner-up is Sarah Carnegie. Second runner-up is Josie Jones. And our princess and Miss Congeniality, Meg Wilson. So let's give these ladies a hand. They'll be helping us in the show ring this evening, passing out ribbons. Also this evening, we'd like to welcome our judge, Clay Kretzmeyer. He's from Fowler, Indiana. Clay judged livestock at Illinois Central College and Purdue University, where he got a degree in ag sales and marketing. Currently, Clay coaches the livestock judging team at Purdue, helps on his family grain farm, and runs Kretzmeyer Show Pigs, focusing on Spot and Chester Show Pigs. Let's give Clay a hand. All right, we're getting the show started. This is our first class of junior showmen. Junior showmen are in grades 3 through 5. Our exhibitors in this class are Easton Arthur, Blake Chandler, Evelyn Deck, Samson Dillard, Henry Ferguson, Ezra Sears, and Jamison Roeder. This is our first class of junior showmen, grades 3 through 5.
Well, good evening, folks. I've been looking forward to the opportunity to come down here to Monroe County and work through what's obviously going to be an awesome set of pigs and a great set of young people. You folks sitting ringside, if you guys come to the county fair every year and see this kind of quality in the very first class of showmanship, you guys are blessed to be at a county fair. That's awesome. I'm pumped to get through this. Really good job here in this first class. I think there's a couple of them that just had that look in the eye of competitive nature. First look out of the gate, and boy, they're doing an awesome job. We're going to keep two back here out of this particular class to come back for the final drive. This guy right here with the blue bears coming back. This guy right here with the chromed up pigs coming back as well. The rest of you that don't quite make the cut, hey, I think the rest of you are doing an awesome job. Young lady with the Tamworth, just keep your head up. Keep working at it. Your pig's being a little bit cantankerous, but keep your head up. Keep working at it. Young man right here back behind me with the black gilt. Thought you did a really nice job, dude. Maybe at times got a little bit too far away, but keep working at it. Keep your head up. The rest of you, hey, showmanship's a team sport. Sometimes your pig doesn't want to cooperate with you just quite right, but keep your heads up. Keep working at it. Awesome first class of showmanship.
All right, from our first class, Easton Arthur and Henry Ferguson. All right, now entering the ring is our second class of juniors, this is grades 3 through 5. Exhibitors in this class are Emmett Arthur, Cole Fleener, Gideon Phipps, Riley Tusing, Mabel Young, Wesley Fansler, and Prince Knox, now showing our second class.
Another really, really good group of them out here, folks. This is going to be fun. I hope everyone gets comfortable ringside and just kind of sits in and lasts all evening, because this is going to be awesome. I'm really, really impressed with how these young kids can come out here and get these things stuck. Once again, we're going to keep two, but I think there's a handful out here that need some recognition. The young lady right there at the Berkshire, you're not going to quite make the cut, okay? But, hey, I think you're doing an awesome job. Eye contact and intensity is really good. Your Berkshire wants to get a little far away at times, maybe doesn't always want to pick his head up, but keep working at it. You're going to get better with time. This guy right here with the Tamworth, man, you're really, really close, okay? I think your eye contact and intensity is good. Your pig, too, sometimes maybe wants to kind of control you, so just keep working on just speed and pace and distance from the judge. You're going to be right there knocking on their door in years to come, I have no doubts. I think a really, really solid group. The two guys are going to be sticking back right here for the final drive are the two that have been the most consistent out in front of me. This guy right here in the long sleeve red shirt, that guy right there in that cool colored shirt is also going to be coming back as well. Awesome, awesome group of them, folks. You should be awfully proud of them.
All right, from this class, congratulations to Emmett Arthur and Cole Fleener. We'll now be showing for junior showman, or champion junior showman. Our exhibitors are Easton Arthur, Henry Ferguson, Emmett Arthur, and Cole Fleener. Once again, we'd like to announce if anyone has friends or family who couldn't make it to the show but would like to watch, this is streaming live. Ryan Holmes is streaming on Facebook at Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension and on YouTube, Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. This is streaming live for anyone who couldn't make it this evening.
Well, boy, hey, these four young men, these guys know how to show hogs. I think this is awesome, man. It's tough because only two of you are going to get, an award and recognition, but you four guys can compete at a lot of county fairs I've judged, big-time shows as well. I think you guys would be right there in the thick of things at the highest level, no doubt. I'm big on that first look, right out of the gate, your guys' eye contact and focus and intensity. Then as we get out here, utilization of all of our real estate. We got a really good size, comfortable ring out here. Let's use our space. There's been a pair of them the entire time that I feel like I got a string attached to me that they just don't simply don't leave eyesight. And man, all these guys are out here just absolutely working their tails off. But in the moment, when everyone's bobbing, this guy seems to weave and just always find the open spots, always make sure that his show project is looking absolutely spot on. This guy right here, right ahead of me, is going to be champion in this particular age division. Thought he did just an absolutely awesome job. I thought his eye contact, I thought his intensity with me was just a shot more consistent than our reserve. This guy right here in the long sleeve red shirt is going to be reserved, but man, he needs some recognition too. Hey, you right there, awesome job. Your pig didn't, maybe you just want to come out of the gate and just fire up and go, but I thought you did an awesome job. This guy right here at the big crossbred gilt, he lost a shoe about 10 seconds into the ring. He's been driving with one shoe on the entire time. Your gilt maybe just isn't as fast paced as what these other guys are, but keep working on it, dude. Hope you find your shoes somewhere. But man, what an awesome group. Good job to all four of these guys.
Congratulations goes to Easton Arthur with our champion junior showman, and congratulations to Emmett Arthur with our reserve champion junior showman. Now entering the ring is our intermediate class. Intermediate is grades 6 through 8. Exhibitors in this class are Trevor Durnall, Ethan Faulkner, Raylyn Fleener, Reed Patterson, Mabry Redden, and Abby Polly. Now showing our intermediate class. In the show ring tonight, Thistle Hill Photo Company is the official photographer of the Monroe County Fair. All the photos this evening are free to download, and they can be found on their Facebook page and the Monroe County 4-H page on Facebook. That's Thistle Hill Photo Company.
Well, just the one class in this particular age division, and a really, really good group, to be honest with you folks. I think second and third is really, really close. I know which one is going to win, but man, even the depth, even, 4, 5, and 6, there's a couple of us where maybe our picks just maybe aren't the most cooperative today, or maybe matching us in terms of speed and intensity. Young man on the far side with the black pig, hey, you're not going to quite make the cut to be champion in reserve. We're doing a really good job. Hey, just keep working on these things a little bit earlier and earlier every year. Pigs are a little bit, maybe not always the smartest. You got to start working on them early. This guy right here at the Berkshire Barrel, hey, that pig wanted to go fast right out of the gate. Sometimes when you set your hand on their back, they're only going to go faster. So work on keeping that hand off them a little bit. I think their speed will be a little bit better. Young lady with big crossbred gilt, the black belted gilt. Hey, you're doing a nice job. You have a nice pig. I can tell you know what you're doing. We need to just get that intensity knob and just crank it up about 5 or 10 notches, okay? Because I think you fit in right here out them with these other guys, but maybe just that kind of killer looking instinct maybe just isn't quite there. The three that are left out here in front of me with the predominantly white hogs are the three that I kind of alluded to early, but at the same time, there's one that first look out of the gate was absolutely spot on the entire time and the entire drive I'm out here. That particular showman always has a good look, always making their show project look as good as possible. Young lady right there with the blue-eyed crossbred gilt is going to be champion this particular age division. Thought she did an awesome job. Between the pair of them out here, you guys are similar just in terms of your show style. One of us maybe has a pig that's a shot more cooperative in terms of head carriage. One of us is maybe just a little bit better in terms of speed and pace across the ring. I think one of them just makes it look a little bit easier. Young lady on the far side is going to end up being reserved. My compliments to everyone in this age division. Awesome job.
Congratulations goes to Mabry Redden with our champion intermediate showman, and congratulations to Raylan Fleener with our reserve champion intermediate showman. All right, now entering the ring is our first class of senior showmen. This is grades 9 through 12. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Hayden Clark, Isaiah Goff, Langley Hill, Kinley Cupper, and Brooklyn Pendle, now showing our first class of senior showmen.
Good group of them here in the older division, and just a nice job. I think depth of quality in this particular drive is really, really good. But at the same time, to be honest with you guys, there was two. That first look out of the gate, I thought, hey, those are the gamers. And then the entire time they've been out here, I think there's two in this particular drive that are kind of stand out amongst the rest. Young lady right here with the solid black bar is going to be coming back. Young lady with the spot gilt is going to be coming back as well. Good job to everyone in this particular drive. Really, really good work, especially these top two.
From our first class of senior showmen, congratulations to Langley Hill and congratulations to Brooklyn Pendle. All right, now entering the ring is our second class of senior showmen. This again is grades 9 through 12. Exhibitors in this class are Hudson Clark, Oliver Goff, John Cale Redden, Hayden Stevens, Eliza Tragesser, Maren Winkle, and Emmett Young, now showing our second class of senior showmen.
Nice. Nice group. Nice group once again. And, I think maybe as we move throughout the rest of the pig show, I would avoid that corner. Those pigs are smart. Pigs know that gate is the only thing keeping them between a bucket of water and laying down in their pen and being a show pig. So, hey, this is cool real estate down here. Let's hang out here. So take that message and spread it throughout the barn like Paul Revere. Hey, I think there's a couple of them that do a really, really nice job out here in terms of just consistency and speed and pacing. We got some that are wanting to break down on us. I think these two in particular just withstand the wear of the drive just a little bit better. This guy right here with the landrace skill, he's coming back. That young lady right there with the spot gilt's going to be coming back as well. Nice group once again. Good job to all you. Keep your heads up and keep working at it.
From our second class, congratulations to Maren Winkle and Emmett Young. All right, we'll now be showing for champion senior showman. Exhibitors from our first class are Langley Hill and Brooklyn Pendle. And from our second class, Marin Winkle and Emmett Young, now showing for champion senior showman.
Well, once again, just really, really impressed with your guys' drive and determination out here. And it doesn't always happen where you have three down-eared purebreds in the final drive showmanship. That does not happen very often. But, man, I compliment you guys for doing it. To be honest with you, folks, coming into this thing, I dang near had my mind made up who was going to be 1-2. I was just so impressed with them at specific times. And then as the drive wears on, we get out here and pigs want to start acting like pigs. There's been a particular individual that's just kind of surfaced. Maybe doesn't always have that kind of just a look that says, hey, look at me, I got to win. But as the drive wears on and things kind of start to get a little haywire on us, there's one that just stays so calm, cool, and collected. And like I said, bringing a down-eared purebred into showmanship's not always the wisest thing to do, but he makes it work. That guy right there with the Landry skill is going to be champion in this particular showmanship division. You three young ladies are working hard. The sponsor maybe just wanted to give us some fits. Young ladies Black Bear, that's one of those that when she came out in class, you can tell she knows what she's doing. Her show project is just going to be a little bit cantankerous on her, but still want to make sure she gets some recognition. Young lady with the Black Bear is going to be reserved. Awesome, awesome job. Good job to everyone here in this final drive.
Congratulations goes to Emmett Young with champion senior showman, and congratulations to Brooklyn Pendle, reserve champion senior showman. All right, well, now showing our home farm born gilt class. I don't have the list of exhibitors in this class, but this is our home farm born gilt class showing right now.
Well, it's a really cool deal that you guys that bred sows and raise these pigs yourselves get your own division. My county fair did this too, and that was the only thing I was able to win during my 4-H career because I was the only one that had born and raised pigs at my county fair. I think there's there's 3 of them kind of bigger, bulkier gilts that are nice, but then still these 3 Berkshire gilts right here, kind of behind me, maybe don't quite get up into the champion or reserve spot, but man, still good functional type of hogs. They probably need more bone and look here in the modern show ring. And then the other 3, kind of the 3 bigger gilts that I think are in contention, all have some differences. These young ladies are obviously working their tails off, getting them presented. I think there's one that kind of stands alone just in terms of having substance of foot and bone, matching that with genuine muscle and body shape. I think she's just the most appropriate at this stage of the game. And it's a breed that's not very easy to raise, but boy, she's raised a good one. Young lady down there with a Poland gilt is going to have your champion here in this particular division. Does a very, very nice job. Young lady with the blue crossbred gilt's going to end up being reserved. And I think, young lady, that's a nice type of gilt. She's probably not just quite as good in her center body and her flank line as what the champion was, but still a nice gilt. Young lady right here with the big Berkshire gilt doesn't quite get the spot, but that's a big, bulky, pliable, heavy muscle gilt that's got a lot of good to her. She's too tight in her spine, not quite as stout in her foot and bone relative to the ones that get ahead of her, but good group of them. Nice job to those showmen.
Congratulations goes to Kinley Kepper with the champion home farm born gilt, and congratulations to Ellie Fleener, reserve champion home farm born gilt. All right, now entering the ring is our first class of Berkshire gilts. These are December gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Easton Arthur, Ezra Sears, John Redden, Betsy Moore, and Abigail Pauley.
good drive of Berkshire gilts, and I think a pair of them that surface relatively easily for me. And then within the pair, I think there's one that's just fresher in terms of her shape up high, a little bit more unique in terms of her look from the side. This guy right ahead of me in the long sleeve orange shirts has got a nice class winner. Boy, that look that she gives you from the profile is awesome. That's a big-footed, stout-armed gilt. That's just really, really neat in terms of her pattern and her silhouette from the side. Obviously, there's not a hair out of line on that gilt. Very highly presented from that standpoint, but then still just break that hog down. Fresh in her shape, good in the spring of her body. Not the deepest belly thing in the world, but that looks like one that's still got a lot of gas left in the tank. Young man, you do a nice job getting her presented. This guy right here is going to end up being in second, and I don't think, I think that conversation between 1 and 2 is close. This second place gilt is longer and leveler out of her hip. She comes at you with a shot more chest width, but at the same time, when we analyze her at the surface, she wants to twist in on that left front foot just a nickel. As we crawl in on top of her, she wants to wrinkle up in her ham loin junction just a shot. That's what got her beat. But in terms of body and mass and just genuine spread up high, young man, I think that's a really good kind of gilt to land in too. This young lady right here is going to end up being in third, and I like that gilt just in terms of height to shoulder and extension up front. A very long neck, neat looking one from the side. She comes flatter and drier just in terms of the shape of her body, not quite the bulk and mass of the ones up ahead of her. Young lady in the purple kind of striped shirt ends up being next. Moderate framed, round bodied, big muscled gilt. She just looks like a kind of a chunky, easy feeding one. Her hind leg isn't square enough for me. I want to set her back on her shoulder to just see her be more comfortable. Young man that rounds off this particular group, that's a gilt that just needs more time on feed because she's got some parts and pieces that I think you can tie into. But right now, she needs to come with more rib shape, needs to come with just a shot more muscle. But really, really good class of Berkshire gilts. Nice job to those showmen.
First place and congratulations goes to Easton Arthur. Second place, John Redden. Third place, Betsy Moore. Fourth place, Abigail Polly. And fifth place, Ezra Sears. We'll now be showing our second class of Berkshire gilts. These are December gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Evelyn Deck, Ellie Fleener, Wellston Mullis, Oliver Young, and Kaya Francis.
interesting group to work through here in the second class of Berkshires, because I think depth of quality, really, there's four of them that I think that can be kind of interchangeable on the top end of this deal, but still keep coming back and settle on the same one to win. Young lady right there in the short sleeve pink shirt has got ourselves a class winner in this particular drive. That gilt's big and bulky. I like the shape of her body. I like her spread up high. Bone and look are very just appropriate at this stage of the game. As she goes right away from you, she's plenty wide. I want to make her any wider, but I think she's still, good and consistent enough in terms of her step. Young lady does a nice job getting her presented out here in this particular drive. Like I said, 2, 3, 4. I think there can be lots of discussion. My second favorite within this particular drive is the young man on the far side in kind of the red and black checkered shirt to end up being in 2. That's a big-bodied, big-ended gilt. She's very stout and powerful as you get in right behind her. The shape of her hip and stifle is matched by a lot of just broad muscle shape up high. I thought she was a little bit better in her top line than the one that ends up being in 3rd. Young lady in the long sleeve black shirt's going to end up being in 3, and I think that's one that we just saw in the home race deal, like we talked about her. A big scaled, big frame gilt that's got lots of muscle. I want to settle her down in her top line just a little bit when she gets out and goes. This guy right here is going to end up being next, and that's just a soft-bodied, easy-doing, kind of a productive, practical type of Berkshire gilt. Within this drive, she needed to come with more bone. I want to pick her up on her front feet, make her more comfortable off the front portion of her skeleton. Young lady in the long sleeve red shirt round off this particular class. That gilt probably just needed to come with more just shape, body, and muscle. Another good drive. We'll get you a champion Berkshire.
First place and congratulations goes to Evelyn Deck. Second place, Wellston Mullis. Third place, Ellie Fleener. Fourth place, Oliver Young. And fifth place, Kaya Francis. Will now be showing for champion Berkshire gilt from our first class. Our exhibitor is Easton Arthur, and from our second class is Evelyn Deck.
Really, really nice Berkshire gilts. Obviously, we got a lot of pigs to come through the ring yet, but boy, I've been awfully impressed with the quality of hogs that have hit the ring. Both classes are good. I thought, depth of quality in the second class was really, really good. That first class, I thought there was 2 that stood out really good. There's a pair of them that just hit me better in terms of skeletal comfort and look and design, putting a lot of good things together. We're going to keep them together. This guy right here, the one's the first class, has got your champion Berkshire gilt. This guy right in behind him that was second in that class is going to end up being in reserve. Good pair of them. Nice set of showmen. Good job, guys. Keep your heads up.
Congratulations goes to Easton Arthur with the champion Berkshire gilt, and congratulations to John Redden with reserve champion Berkshire gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of Duroc gilts. This is January class. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane and Brooklyn Pendle. Once again, we'd like to thank our queen and her court. Our 2026 Fair Queen is Mallory Elliott. Our first runner-up is Sarah Carnegie. Second runner-up is Josie Jones. Miss Congeniality is Corel Patnode. And our Princess Miss Congeniality, Meg Wilson. We'd like to thank the ladies for helping pass out the ribbons this evening.
good pair of red gilts and a relatively logical class winner to find in the young lady on the far side. That's a nice type of pig. Boy, when that gilt wants to grab a gear and go, look and design from the side is really, really cool. A big forearm and a stout kind of skull. Everything just makes sense on that gilt. And she's got a decisive advantage in terms of body shape and muscularity at this stage of the game. Young man that ends up in second, that gilt is better about her underline, her teat spacing and placing underneath than our class winner. But she doesn't come with just the horsepower of the gilt that wins. She's playing in her body shape, but still a nice kind of stout skull gilt. Both those pigs have value. Nice job to both those showmen.
First place and congratulations goes to Brooklyn Pendle, and second place to Henry Kane. Now entering the ring is our second class of Duroc gilts. This is our December class. Exhibitors in this class are Zane Campbell and Reagan Durnall.
Another nice pair of them. My favorite one amongst the pair is the young lady right there going directly away from me. She's got our class winner in this drive. That gilt, that's actually a pretty nice pig. She's maybe not out here and just floating around with her nose up in the air like some of these others that we've seen, but that's a good hog. She's got bone and muscle and body shape. She maybe just doesn't want to show herself off the best, but that's a good kind of pig. Young man that ends up in second, that gilt's another one in terms of foot and bone and feature. There's some substance there. Didn't come with quite the body shape or the muscularity as what our class winner did, but a good pair once again.
First place and congratulations goes to Reagan Durnall. Second place goes to Zane Campbell. We'll now be showing for champion Duroc gilt from Class 1. Our exhibitor is Brooklyn Pendle. And from Class 2, Reagan Durnall.
Well, I get to go around and do quite a few of these county fairs, and I love doing it. Durocs are usually something where you got to work through a whole bunch of them. Show us a show that was a little bit smaller in terms of numbers, but still really good in terms of quality. I think there's a very, very nice champion one that just of the group just kind of sets herself above the rest in terms of body, look, and performance, and then just that pattern and profile from the side, really, really good. Young lady that won our first class on the far side, going along the gates. She's got our champion red gilt. Young lady that wins our second class back tag 122 is going to end up being in reserve in the red show. Good job to all four of you guys. Nice pigs.
Congratulations to Brooklyn Pendle with the champion Duroc gilt, and congratulations to Reagan Durnall with reserve champion Duroc gilt. We'll now be ready to show our Hampshire gilt class. Exhibitors in this class are Betsy Moore and Parks Sears.
good pair of Hampshire gilts, and the young lady in the long sleeve blue shirt has got our class-winning and champion Hampshire gilt. As that one goes from the side, I think the relaxation of her skeleton is very easy to see. She's just very loose and free moving out of her knee and shoulder blade. Just a high-headed, good-looking one from the side, and then still she comes with power and body shape to a very high degree. Young lady, you do a nice job getting your gilt shown. That's a good pig to win. This guy right here in the cowboy hat's going to end up being in second, and man, that guy comes out here and he means business. You can tell he takes this thing seriously, and I appreciate that, dude. Your gilt's got a good amount of muscle. She's actually probably got just as much bone as what our class winner does. She's maybe just not quite as comfortable in terms of her build, maybe not quite as square in terms of her hip, but hey, dude, you're doing a really, really nice job showing your gilt. Your reserve champion, Hampshire gilt. Good job to both those two showmen.
Congratulations goes to Betsy Moore with the champion Hampshire gilt, and congratulations to Parks Sears reserve champion Hampshire gilt. Our next class entering the ring is our Landress gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Gideon Phipps and Emmett Young.
Nice pair of landrace gilts, and the young man that won showmanship earlier has also got himself the champion landrace gilt. That's a nice hog. They got her body shape just in terms of the depth and the spring of her rib, really, really good. And then for the landrace breed, I think she's very appropriate in terms of her stoutness of foot and bone. He did a nice job getting her presented early on in showmanship. It's neat that he can bring her back out, and then she's still got gas left in the tank. This guy that's going to end up being second in reserve, he's got a landrace gilt named Georgia. His favorite thing about Georgia is getting to interact with her. And I'd say this young man has spent a lot of time out in the yard with Georgia, and he said Georgia's favorite snack is ice cream. And I said, hey, that's good. Georgia could probably eat a little bit more ice cream. Hopefully that'd fill up her belly a little bit more today. That Georgia didn't have quite the rib and the muscle as what our class winner and champion did, but still a good one to be reserved. Good job to both those guys.
Congratulations goes to Emmett Young with the champion Landress gilt, and congratulations to Gideon Phipps, reserve champion Landress gilt. Now entering the ring is our Poland gilt class. Exhibitor in this class is Kinley Cupper.
Well, I also believe this is this Poland gilt's second time out in the ring, and although this breed is not just naturally blessed with intelligence, this gilt is smart enough to know that that's the outgate. And we talked about her earlier in the home born and raised drive. Stout boned, heavy muscled. I really think in terms of and compared to the general population of Polands, this thing is really good and has some value. I think the young lady raised her. I hope she goes home and makes a sow out of this gilt, because her skeletal comfort still coming with plenty of shape and plenty of power. Really, really good for this breed. Nice job to that young lady.
Congratulations to Kinley Cupper with the champion Poland gilt. All right, now we're showing class 13 of our spot gilts. Exhibitor in this class is Elijah Redden.
single entry spot gilt could undoubtedly stand some heat. That's a nice pig. I love spotted show hogs, and this one's good. Boy, she's got some foot and bone, and that look up ahead of her shoulder, really, really cool, just in terms of the way she ties her neck into her shoulder blade, opens up with a lot of shape and power up high. Her better days are ahead of her. She's got more shows to go to later on down the road. Hopefully, we'll see what she looks like here in the champion drive. Be nice if she could settle down in her spine just a shot. We'll see what she looks like next to this up-class winner. But good job, young man. That's a good spot gilt.
Congratulations to Elijah Redden for our first class of spot gilts. Now entering the ring is our second class of spot gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Mabel Young, Spencer Buchanan, Langley Hill, Avery Michael, Marin Winkle, and Jacob Hovius.
Interesting group of spot pigs to work through, but a good one to win. Young lady right there in the long sleeve blue shirt that had a good job in showmanship earlier has got herself a class winner. That gilt within this drive, I think, is just best combines stoutness of foot and feature, being very appropriate in terms of her muscle, and then being able to have that kind of look and balance and silhouette from the side. She looks like a lady. She looks like a gilt should, but then still comes with some mass and power and bone. That's a nice one to win. Second and third, I think, come pretty close. I like the young lady right there in kind of the cool colored tank top back tag 258 to end up being in second. That gilt wants to get close to the gates at times, so she's a little bit harder to look at. But where she's got an advantage over our eventual third place, she's smoother right there over the point of her shoulder. I think she's better in the shape of her forerib and more secure going away than the one that ends up in third. Young lady in the long sleeve shirt kind of down there on the far side is going to end up being in three. That gilt has more muscle than second place, and maybe has just as much, if not more, as the gilt that wins. She's big up high. She's big going away. But to me, when she comes right at you, she's too opened up in terms of her shoulder, not very comfortable on her front feet, kind of matches that impression as she goes right away. This guy right here is going to be next. And hey, this is a gilt. She doesn't have any paint or oil on her. She's a little bit plainer just in terms of her skin and hair. But that's a hog that I think you can just appreciate. What you see is what you get. She's a big-bodied, big-back gilt that has plenty of foot and bone. She's a little too wrinkled up in her ham loin hookup. She's probably just not as neat looking up ahead of her shoulder blade, but just in terms of basic build and fundamentals of what a pig should look like, I think that's a quality female, young man. Do a nice job getting that one presented. Young lady right here is going to end up being next, and boy, oh, hey, that pig kind of reminds me of myself. That's a head that only a mother could love, and she's kind of skinny-bellied, but that's a tall shoulder, long spine gilt. She just what would benefit her the most if the county fair was 30 days from now. She needs more belly, she needs more muscle, but still a nice big outline, big frame gilt. Young lady, nice job getting her presented. This guy right here that rounds off the class, that's a gilt that probably just falls behind in terms of performance within this drive. She could probably fit inside of a couple of the gilts up ahead of her. Not the spread or the mass or the dimension, but still a nice type of female. Good job to everyone in that class, that second class of spot gilts.
First place and congratulations goes to Langley Hill. Second place, Mabel Young. Third place, Marin Winkle. Fourth place, Spencer Buchanan. Fifth place, Avery Michael. And sixth place, Jacob Hovius. Will now be showing for champion spot gilt. From our first class, our exhibitor is Elijah Redden from Class 1, and from Class 2, Langley Hill.
Well, this is good. And honestly, up till this point, I don't think I've been faced with just a super tough decision. I'm pretty confident with how we've got these things lined up all day. But if you find me afterwards and say, hi, I flipped the spot gilts off you, I won't argue too much with you, because there is value and quality to be found in each one of these hogs. They're just different. You got the length and the extension and the added maturity of one of them that's really smooth just in terms of her lines and her transitions. And then you have another one that's more mature just in terms of size and scale, but the bone and the foot and the feature of that one is kind of impossible to ignore. As they go, neither one is just absolutely perfect. The big gilt maybe just wants to be a little bit shorter, striding off a rear two. You get in right behind her. I'd sure like to open her up just a shot at the base of her skeleton. The smaller gilt is undoubtedly got more as she goes right away in terms of genuine muscle. She's wider as she goes right away, but like we talked in class, want to settle her down on her spine just a shot. But I think there's lots of quality, lots of value to be found in both of them. My favorite one, I think, is just a little bit more unique for the breed. I like the young man on the far side to be champion. Young lady right here is going to be reserved. Really good pair of spot gilts, guys. That's a fun pair to look at.
Congratulations to Jace Redden with the champion spot gilt, and congratulations to Langley Hill Reserve champion spot gilt. All right, now entering the ring is our first class of Tamworth gilt. Exhibitor in this class is Evelyn Deck, and this is a February gilt.
good single entry Tamworth Guild, and this young lady was really, really close in showmanship. I could tell when she had that kind of look and determination, I could tell she knows what she's doing. I could tell she was really disappointed after showmanship as well, but she regrouped and got things going. She's got a nice Tamworth Guild. Heavy muscled, good bodied, really good looking from the side. We'll see what she looks like against the other class winners, but for being a single entry, she's definitely going to hold her weight in that particular division. Good job, young lady. Keep sticking with it. We'll try to get her in that pin down there.
Congratulations to Evelyn Deck with our first class of Tamworth Gilts. Now entering the ring is our second class of Tamworth Gilts. Exhibitor in this class is Abigail Pendle, and this is a January class. All right, now entering the ring is our second class of Tamworth Gilt. Exhibitor in this class is Abigail Pendle, and this is a January Gilt.
Well, it feels good out here in the show ring, but I'm sure it's warm back in the barn. So on these single entries, I won't try to take too much time, but still want to make sure we get a good read of the hogs. Another single entry Tamworth Guild, and boy, hey, this one's real good. Boy, that thing's body shape and spread up high is relatively non-typical for the breed, and then comes at you with a good kind of chest width, leaves you with the same kind of impression. She's a little bit hesitant on picking her nose up early on the drive. Once she gets a good look right there, that's a pretty neat kind of animal. Good job, young lady. That's a really nice single entry Tam.
Congratulations to Abigail Pendle in our second class of Tamworth Gilts. Now entering the ring is our third class. Exhibitors in this class are Knox Prince, Oliver Goff, and Emmett Arthur.
Good trio of them, and man, I would. It stinks to be second or third because you got plugged in the same class as this guy right here in the long sleeve red shirt. That thing's cool, and Moy, she's distracting. I had a hard time looking away from her because she does some really cool things, not only for the breed but just in the general scope of show pigs. The length, the way that she uses her hind leg, she pulls her hock back far past her body wall, and then swings her foot forward up underneath her belly. Takes a really long, attractive step, and then to be that functional going away, She matches it up front. She's high-headed, big-eared. Boy, she's got some big old ears on her, and then opens up with some shape and some body. I like your pig, dude. You do a nice job getting her shown. This guy right here that's two-sticking it, dude, 99% of the Tamworth Gilt shows you go to, you're going to win a class with one that looks like that. You're just at the 1% time that you went with this one, because this thing's muscle is awesome. You got her carved out up high. She's really sharp in terms of her loin edge. She's really big and broad as she leaves us. I think that gilt's a really, really high-quality female. She comes with body and look. I can tell you grabbed another stick out of the show box because showmanship maybe didn't go like you wanted. That's a really good pig, dude. Keep your head up. Keep working at it. Just try to avoid this guy moving forward. This kind of lighter pigmented gilt that ends up being in third, kind of a basic, fault-free type of female. She's sound in terms of her structure. She's adequate just in terms of her body. From a muscle standpoint, I think she just kind of slides herself into third. Not quite as much as the one up ahead of her, not as much as the one that wins, but still a good kind of quality female, no doubt. Good trio of them. Another really, really nice class of Tamworth gilts.
First place and congratulations goes to Emmett Arthur. Second place, Knox Prince. And third place, Oliver Goff. We'll now be showing for champion Tamworth Gilt from our first class. Exhibitor is Evelyn Deck. Second class, Abigail Pendle. And third class, Emmett Arthur. Now showing for champion Tamworth Gilt. Once again, we'd like to announce that this show is live streaming tonight. So if you have friends or family who couldn't make it out, Ryan Holmes is live streaming this for us tonight. It's on Facebook at Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension and on YouTube at Monroe County 4-H Youth Development, streaming live. Also in the ring, Thistle Hill Photo Company is the official photographer of the Monroe County Fair. Photos are free to download, and they can be found on their Facebook page and at the Monroe County 4-H page on Facebook.
Well, other than getting the hogs sorted, I really try to come to these deals and come to these shows and let you guys know in the crowd exactly what's going through my mind. When that first single entry gilt came out, I thought to myself, I don't know what's coming, but that one's good enough to win. She's good muscled, good ribbed. She's not acting quite right for the young lady, but I thought that's a quality female. And then the next class rolls out, another single entry gilt. I'm like, well, this one's also good enough to win. I'll have to see what she looks like against the other gilt. We talked about her just being busted apart in terms of her chest, that muscle and just body shape is so good. Like we said in class, maybe doesn't just tip her nose up in the air just absolutely perfectly. But I thought in my mind, I said, hey, that one's good enough. And then we got this young man that rolls out of that final class. And like I talked, man, that's just one that just demands your attention. Her skull and her feature up front, so loose moving off both ends of her build. She comes with shape and power to a very high degree. I like that gilt, quite a good deal. Young man right there in the long sleeve red shirt, he's got your champion Tamworth. Drop out that young man second, and like we talked, she was second in class, but she's still good shaped up high, good shape that she goes right away. There's another one. I think the one that wins is very unique for the breed. There's another one that I think's right there on our heels. Not quite as neat looking up front, but boy, still a very high quality type of Tamworth gilt. Young lady right here is going to be reserved.
Congratulations goes to Emmett Arthur, champion Tamworth Gilt, and congratulations to Abigail Pendle, reserve champion Tamworth Gilt. Now entering the ring is our class of Yorkshire Gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Brooklyn Pendle, Waylon Van Devender, and Raylan Fleener.
Good trio of gilts to work through. There's some good and there's some tweaking, no doubt, that you want to do on all three of them. The one that hits me the hardest is the young lady over here on the far side with the highly presented gilt to win this particular class. That's a really big-footed, big-arm type of Yorkshire gilt that matches it just in terms of her stoutness of skull, the width in between her eyes and her ears. She looks like a stouty when she comes right at you. Goes from the side with a really, really neat kind of look. Thought that was a good place to go in this particular class. The other young lady right here is going to end up being in second. And this gilt of the top pair, she's a longer spined option that comes with a good amount of rib shape. Her length of spine almost works to her detriment. As she gets out and goes, she maybe wants to just duck ever so slightly right there, kind of in her midrib. I wish we could make her a little bit stronger up high to maybe get around the one that wins, but still a good kind of gilt to end up being in second. The guy that ends up being in third has been working his tail off out here. That gilt just a little bit out of stamina at this point of the show. She's got muscle, a lot of it, but it didn't take very long for her to break down. She's too short stepping off both ends of her build. I want to set her back and her shoulder, give her a better set to her hind leg, but a good trio of Yorkshire gilts. Nice job to those showmen.
First place and congratulations with our champion Yorkshire gilt goes to Brooklyn Pendle. Second place, reserve champion Raylan Fleener, and third place, Waylon Van Devender. Now entering the ring is our first class of lightweight crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Wyatt Wilson, Mabry Redden, Benjamin Pauley, Grace Rudisell, and Emery Sears. Animals in this class range in weight from 175 to 266.
Nice class of blue gilts. I think there's a logical class winner. I think second and third are really close, and I think fourth and fifth are really close. But the logical class winner is the one right out here ahead of me, young lady in the long sleeve red shirt. A neat looking one, just in terms of presence and head carriage from the side. Getting behind that gilt, really good in terms of her back shape, really good in terms of the roll and the shape to her center body. Young lady does an awesome job getting that one presented to a very high degree. Thought that was a nice place to go to win. Like I said, second and third get pretty interesting between the other two young ladies out here. My favorite one between the pair, young lady on the far side in the long sleeve white shirt, is going to end up being in second. Of the pair, I think that young lady's gilt comes with a better shape right out of the back side of her shoulder. She's broader just down her back and leaves you with the same kind of impression. Now she's plenty wide off her rear step, puts a little bit of pressure just on her hock, and that's where the young lady in the short sleeve yellow shirt with the gilt that's as hairy as a grizzly bear that ends up being in third's got some advantages. That young lady's hairy gilt, she is square in terms of her hock and her rear foot placement as she leaves me. I'm a bigger fan of that. She doesn't come as big up high, not quite as good in terms of her body shape, but still a good pig to end up being in third. This guy right here in the hat's going to end up being next with the blue-eyed, blue-shouldered gilt of the remaining pair. That's the gilt that's taller shouldered, just bigger outline, and she comes with just more substance and power. This guy's gilt that rounds off the class just doesn't have quite the performance and the growth of the hogs up ahead of the line. She looks like she needs quite a bit more time on feet. She needs to belly down and just kind of mature and grow into herself just a little bit better. Good class of blue gilts. Nice job to those showmen.
First place, and congratulations, goes to Mabry Redden. Second place, Emery Sears. Third place, Grace Rudisell. Fourth place, Benjamin Pauley. And fifth place, Wyatt Wilson. Now entering the ring is our second class of light crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Ellie Fleener, Reed Patterson, Noah Olson, Tyler Campbell, Henry Ferguson, Brooklyn Pendle, and Ruby Young.
Probably as high quality and challenging top three as what we've seen so far in the Gilt Show. I think all three of these are really, really good, and then we could just change each one in an area or two. We'd be talking some big time business. My favorite one of the class, I don't think necessarily blows you away in any one regard, but in a class like this, that's what works to her advantage. This guy right here with the blue-eyed, blue-hipped gilt is going to go ahead and win this particular drive. She doesn't have as much bone as another one of them. She maybe doesn't have as much belly as another one, but break this one down from a skeletal standpoint, she is the most comfortable off the front portion and out of her hind leg. As we get in behind her, very, very good in terms of her muscle. Her body shape, if you're just going to rank them off roll and shape to their rib, she might go third in that regard. But I think in terms of build and balance from the side, she puts the most good together with having the least amount of issues. Young lady's white gilt down there, that thing's going to end up being in second, and which is kind of weird because she's a first or third type of hog, but I'm going to plug her in second. Those are probably as big of a foot and bone as what we've seen come through the ring so far today. Her muscle pattern up high is unreal, and then when you get in behind her, just so broad and so massive. I admire a lot of things about this hog, but when I get in behind her, she wants to push and roll off the outside hoof wall on both of her rear feet. This left hind leg in particular, I want to give her a shot more comfort when she gets out and goes. She was out of gas pretty early on in the drive. I shut those top three down because I wanted to save some gas in the tank, but still didn't help her just quite enough. Young man right here, I guarantee you guys that he had zero intentions of coming to the county fair and going third in class with this skill because she has some really neat things. And if you're sitting ringside and like this one to win, I wouldn't argue with you. She's as tall-shouldered and smooth in her top line and smooth in her transitions as probably anything of the trio. I thought that gilt got a little knuckled up on her left rear pastern. Her foot and bone didn't match her substance up high relative to the two that go right ahead of her. Those are the little nitpicky things I see on a top trio that I thought were really, really high caliber. Those top three were awesome. I think they're still quality hogs further on down the line. Young lady that comes out next, I think that's one we saw in the homegrown show. A good muscled, want to change her in her flank line just ever so slightly. We got some hogs coming out further down the line that just in terms of shape and power and mass, they have some good to them. Relative to those top trio, I think some of these gilts further on down the line didn't have quite the foot and bone like that young lady's gilt had, but still plenty of substance up high. young lady's gilt that comes out next, huge muscled, huge bellied, big everything, but she looks like a cowboy that just rode his horse into town. She's a little bit too goofy legged, a little too bowy as she goes right away. Gilt coming out next, just kind of a basic build, one that doesn't have a whole lot wrong with her, but in a class like this of gilts, I thought that had big time potential. I thought she was just the flattest and the plainest, but hey, good class of gilts. Good job to those showmen.
First place and congratulations goes to Reed Patterson. Second place, Brooklyn Pendle. Third place, Henry Ferguson. Fourth place, Ellie Fleener. Fifth place, Ruby Young. Sixth place, Tyler Campbell. And seventh place, Noah Olson. We'll now be showing for Champion Light Crossbred Gilt from Class 1. Our exhibitor is Mabry Redden. And Class 2, Reed Patterson.
Go ahead and drop the seconds. Go ahead. The Light Crossbred Gilt Show, it was interesting to say the least. We talked in that first class. The young lady that won that drive just kind of won for fun. I thought that gilt was really, really good. Loved her in class, but then after I see that second class, I become a little bit more suspicious about the way that gilt leaves me. She's wise. She's out there. That gilt's better days are down the road. This young lady did not have the county first circled as our target show. She's going to keep showing and keep going, keep getting better with time. And then to no one's surprise, sitting ringside, that second class was full of heavy hitters. I love the gilt that wins. The one that was second is a very memorable animal. There's a gilt that went third in class that's back in the barn. That's still a very good hog. We're going to keep those two big gilts together. That guy right there is going to be champion. This young lady right here is going to be reserved. Good job right here in the light cross division, guys. Good hogs.
Congratulations to Reed Patterson with the Champion Light Crossbred Gilt, and congratulations to Brooklyn Pendle, Reserve Champion Light Crossbred Gilt. Now entering the ring is our first class of dark crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Traven Franklin, Adeline Franklin, Henry Ferguson, Grant Mobley, Langley Hill, Eli Arthur, and Cynthia Franklin, our first class of dark crossbred gilts. We'd once again like to thank all of our Swine Club sponsors this year, and we'd also like to thank one of our sponsors, Cole Jones Excavating and Poor Pony, for the dirty sodas that were donated to the members of the Swine Club today. This year, our pin sponsors were Smithville Charitable Foundation, Bear Real Estate Sales, Bear Hardware, Josh and Jana Young, Pendle Wealth Management, and in memory of Jim McElroy. Our gold level sponsors were Pendle Wealth Management, Young Trucking Incorporated, JL Benton Contracting, Stevens Family Farm Supply, Hollers Welding LLC, Josh and Jana Young, RH Marlin Excavating LLC, Naylor Trucking, Sears Trash Cleanup, Mortgage Masters of Indiana, Bobby Carney, Midwestern Property Services, Blooming Paws LLC, Keystone Cooperative, and K&S Roll-Off. Our silver level sponsors were Bruce and Jaime Johnston, Heath Van Devender and Family, the Polly Family, Wright Family Farms, and Fleener's Cleaning Services. Bronze level sponsors, BJ McElroy, Goff Family, Kelsey Butcher Family, Tim McCammon Family, Sam and Deanna Fleener. Once again, we'd like to thank all of our 2026 Swine Club sponsors.
I think they're in the order that they're in. Yeah. I saw him point to the kid I'm pouring. He gave him a 4, so I was like, I'm guessing it's all the same. Things look pretty nice out here.
Well, this is like a same song, different verses of what we just saw on the Blue Gilts when we had 3 of them driving for quite a while. I'm sure ringside, each one of you, we might be split evenly on which one's your favorite. But as the drive wears on, there's one that just suits me a little bit better just in terms of a growth and maturity curve, putting the best things together right now. Young man's black-headed, black-hipped gilt right here. Going to go ahead and win this particular class. Where I think she's got an advantage over the one in second is height of shoulder relative to length of body. That thing's longer just in terms of her cannon bone when you study growth indicators down there at the base for a skeleton. Good in terms of a rib shape, a little bit more secure going away than the ones that ends up in second. This guy right here is going to end up in 2, and boy, that thing's got some bone. She's got the fur. She's got all the kind of muscle. She's shiny and highly presented. This guy knows what he's doing on the show stick. A lot of neat things about this gilt. She's too little for me. She's too low at the point of her shoulder. She's weaker on her front feet, too short in her cannon bone. Then as she leaves you, she wants to push off both those hocks as she goes right away. If we can square her up, pick her up, change her growth pattern, that thing's really, really good. But to me, I have a few more questions about that gilt. Young lady's gilt that ends up in 3rd from a skeletal standpoint doesn't have a whole lot wrong with her, but relative to the 2 that beat her, she doesn't come with the foot and bone of the second place gilt. She doesn't come with the comfort and security of the gilt that wins. Does it all with maybe just a little bit of a plainer muscle and plainer body type, but still a nice type of pig. I thought those top 3 were really good, kind of in a league of their own in this particular class. As we look at gilts, kind of 4 through 7 on down the line. Young man's chromed up gilt that looks like she fought staph infection this summer. Nice pig, tall shouldered, got some extension. She's too harsh and dry in terms of her body shape. Berkshire looking gilt that comes out next. The 3 Berkshire appearing hogs are very, very similar. I wonder if they're litter mates, but just they got length, they have extension. All 3 of these are tall shouldered and adequate in terms of their muscle. I don't think any of the 3 of these gilts rounding off the class just have quite the body and the substance of what those hogs up the line do. But good job, guys. Keep your heads up. Keep working at it. Pigs, to me, just need more time on feed, need more belly shape, but a good class once again.
First place and congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson. Second place, Eli Arthur. Third place, Langley Hill. Fourth place, Grant Mobley. Fifth place, Cynthia Franklin. Sixth place, Adeline Franklin. And seventh place, Traven Franklin. We'll now be showing our second class of dark crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Knox Sears, Evelyn Deck, Emmett Arthur, Leona Fair, Easton Arthur, Abigail Pendle, and Jace Redden, now showing our second class of dark crossbred gilts.
Good hogs, really, really good hogs out here in this particular drive. I like all of them quite a good deal, but hey, the one that wins is a good show pig. Young man right there in the long sleeve orange shirt, you got yourself a class winner in this particular drive. And obviously, that thing catches your attention because she looks like she just got back from Sherwin-Williams with the paint job, but that's not why she's good. That is a heavy, heavy boned, broad back, big belly type of gilt. That for having that much just substance and power and density, she can still move. Young man, you do an awesome job getting your pig shown. Nice one to win. I like that gilt to win. I was confident in her winning. 2, 3, and 4 is where you got to spend a lot of time and just internally cuss and discuss them. I like this guy's kind of clown colored gilt right here to end up being in second. That thing's a neat looking one up front. Very fresh in terms of her back shape and good as she goes right away. Relative to the gilts that she beats, I think she's better in the angle of her hind leg than one of them. I think she's better up front than another one of them. She doesn't come with probably the full look of center body as what the 2 gilts that she beat does, but I thought she was maybe less problematic from a skeletal standpoint. Young lady right here is going to end up being in third, and that one hit me as a contender. That first look out of the gate, the kind of roll that she has to her center body, the hard muscle shape that she has up high, I think is really, really good. As she comes right at me, I want to intensify her just in terms of the size of her foot and her ankle. I want to make her see her come at me just a nickel square, just a little bit wider. I thought maybe the calico gilt that goes right ahead of her was better coming right at me, a little bit more secure going right away. That's a really good third place gilt. This might be, I'm pretty confident saying this is the best fourth place gilt that we've seen all day that the young man is driving. She's a stout, maybe even just as stout or bigger legged than the gilt that wins. Awesome look up ahead of her shoulder blade. Front 2/3 of this gilt, we're talking about her winning the whole pig show. It's going right away where I just can't convince myself to do it. She's too straight in the angle to her hock. She doesn't want to just get out and move quite as good as what I'd like to see, but give a different show pig judge the microphone. Someone might tie into that one and use it to win the whole thing. She's got far-reaching pieces. I got to see her go bat out of her hip and hind leg for me. Thought those couple gilts up top were absolutely awesome. They're still good pigs further on down the line. Young lady that's coming out next does a nice job getting this gilt shown. She's wide and she's ultra busted open when she comes at you. She's too plain in her back shape. As she goes right away, I want to square up off her hind leg. The kind of off-belted gilt that comes out next, that's another one in terms of stoutness of foot and bone. I think has some quality, good kind of shape up high. Want to see her come with just a notch more rib. Young lady, solid black gilt that rounds off this particular drive. A little bit harder to look at. Not quite the foot and the bone of the feature of the ones right up ahead of her, but hey, another really, really good class of crossbred gilts. Good job to those showmen.
First place and congratulations goes to Easton Arthur. Second place, Emmett Arthur. Third place goes to Brooklyn Pendle. Fourth place, Jace Redden. Fifth place, Evelyn Deck. Sixth place, Knox Sears. And seventh place goes to Leona Fair. We'll now be showing our third class of dark crossbred gilts. Exhibitors in this class are Harlan Van Devender, Abigail Polly, Raylan Fleener, Blake Chandler, Cole Fleener, Kenzie Moore, and Abigail Pendle, now showing the third class of dark crossbred gilts.
Good class of big heavyweight crossbred gilts and some differences up and down the line, no doubt. My favorite one of the set is the young lady's kind of narrow belted, dark complected gilt right there ahead of me. Boy, she's shiny and hairy. That's going to grab your attention, but then watch her go big and opened up front, and then awesome just in terms of the shape and the roll of her back. Her body shape, as you study her from an angle, is really, really cool. She's broad pinned and powerfully constructed as she leaves you. Now she can afford to have a shot more bone to match that kind of muscle pattern, and she maybe is just a little bit wide out there when you watch her go. But I liked her transitions up high. I liked her look up front better than the one that ends up in second. Young man in the long sleeve shirt right there that's driving the wheels off his gilt's going to end up being in second. And this guy can show pigs. Some of you older kids better consider yourselves lucky that this guy's not going to have to show against you once your career's over, because he makes this gilt look really, really good. Love her muscle. Love her rib shape. I like a lot of things about her. Compared to the gilt that wins, don't read her quite as unique in terms of her look up ahead of her shoulder. Don't read her quite as good in terms of the strength and the comfort of her front pasturing, but still a nice type of hog, young man. You do a good job getting her driven. This guy right here is going to end up being in third, and I like that gilt just from a practicality standpoint. Very appropriate in terms of her muscle and rib at this stage of the game. She's more comfortable in her spine. I think she's looser hinged just out of her hind leg construction over the one that goes in right behind her. Nice kind of gilt to be three. Young lady's gilt right here is fit to the nines and did a good job getting that one presented and ready to rock and roll for the pig show. Heavy duty in terms of her foot and her bone. That gilt to me is just one that never got comfortable out here. She coils up in her spine as she goes right away. She wants to kind of pick and poke out of bounds just a notch more than I would call perfect, but a good gilt to be four. Young lady that comes out next, I think maybe one that we saw. I remember this gilt from Showmanship is where I remember that pig. Got some bone, got some feature relative to the ones up ahead of her. Needs to come just deeper in her mid body and her flank line. Needs to balance up just a shot better. Young lady's gilt that comes out next in terms of growth and performance. Very, very good pig. Looks like she converted feed to fat at a very efficient rate. She's just probably too fat for me at this stage of the game. Young man that rounds off the class, good kind of muscled, needs to have a shot more bone, have a little bit more width as she goes right away. Good class once again, crossbred gilts.
First place and congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener. Second place, Cole Fleener. Third place, Harlan Van Deventer. Fourth place, Abigail Pendle. Fifth place, Abigail Pauley. Sixth place, Kinsley Moore. And seventh place, Blake Chandler. Will now be showing for champion dark cross gilt from class 1. Our exhibitor is Henry Ferguson. From class 2, our exhibitor is Easton Arthur, and from class 3, Raylan Fleener. Now showing for champion dark cross gilt.
Good pigs, and boy, it's fun to grab the microphone and work through the young people and look at these hogs, but sometimes I catch myself being more of just a show pig enthusiast than a show pig judge at times. Sometimes you got to sit there and just look at these things and be like, hey, man, these are really good hogs, instead of just weighing out the good and the bad, just looking at an individual animal and admiring what they present. You three showmen, you brought some hammers to the county fair. I like what they offer. I think one of them's got very bright days up ahead of her. There's another one that's rolled up and massive and powerful. We talked about maybe her bones maybe not quite matching everything up high. There's one, she's dialed in, she's ready for the pig show, puts a lot of neat things together, a gilt that I like quite a good deal. Young man on the far side of the long sleeve orange shirt, he's got your champion dark crossbred gilt. Drop out that young man second out of that class, and that group as a whole, 1 through 4 in that class, I thought were very high caliber. She gets out here and fits into the mix. Just to kind of tell you guys what I'm thinking, that lightweight gilt is just awesome. She's so smooth in terms of her lines and her balance and her pattern from the side. Really, really good. I hope she's going to the state fair. I hope she keeps on showing, because once she gets up into 260, 70, gets up into fighting weight, she's going to be really cool. She's quite a bit smaller than her contemporaries. The young lady's narrow-belted gilt. In terms of skin and hair and presentation, I love the way they got her dialed in, ready for the show. Awesome in terms of her muscularity. Really, really cool in terms of her look up front. I just wish she had more gas in the tank and just could reach and motor and grab the ground with her rear too, just a little bit more comfortably. Then we drop out the red, kind of weird colored gilt out of that class, and just talked about her in there being a really, really neat animal from a muscularity and body shape standpoint. I thought that class was a hammer. I think that gilt is too. We're going to keep them together. This guy right here is going to be reserve.
Congratulations goes to Easton Arthur with the champion dark crossbred gilt, and congratulations to Emmett Arthur with reserve champion dark cross gilt. All right, we'll now be showing for our champion cross gilt from our light class. Our exhibitor is Reed Patterson, and from our dark class, our exhibitor is Easton Arthur.
Good pigs, and this part's tough because you're about to make both these showmen definitely deserve the credit, but man, you're going to make one of them really, really happy, and one of them's going to be really, really mad. Both these gilts are really neat. I think they're very high caliber. They fit slightly different molds. You got some length and some extension and awesome kind of balance of the blue gilt. And then we talked about that black or the dark gilt just being so stout and powerful and good in terms of her body. There's been a couple pigs today. Some better days are up ahead of them, and maybe some better days are behind them. It just looks like that one's dialed in, ready to come to the pig show today. I like the young man's dark crossbred gilt to be your champion cross. We've talked a lot about the crosses. It's been a minute since we've seen the lights, and now it's in here when this pair is coming and going away from you. I think one of them is better in terms of the comfort and the security of her front foot. She didn't have the bulk and the rib and the forerib shape of what our champion did, but a very neat individual. I like the blue gilt to be reserved.
Congratulations to Easton Arthur with overall cross champion, and congratulations to Reed Patterson, reserve champion overall cross. All right, we're getting all the champions up here to choose our grand reserve, third, fourth, and fifth overall gilt. They're all making their way to the ring. Anybody who would like to see this streaming live, Ryan Holmes is streaming live tonight. This pig show, it's on Facebook at Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension, and also on YouTube at Monroe County 4-H Youth Development, streaming live. If you've got any friends or family who couldn't make it, you can tell them they can watch it live. Also, the photos tonight in the ring are being taken by Thistle Hill Photo Company. They are the official photographer of the Monroe County Fair. Photos are free to download, and they can be found on their Facebook page and the Monroe County 4-H page on Facebook. All right, after we choose the grand reserve and third, fourth, and fifth, after that, we'll be doing photos with the winners. And we'll kind of take a little break. And also after that, they'll be doing announcements for members and different things like that. So after the grand drive, we will be doing photos. Are we gonna bring them out by the breed? Okay. We're ready to go? All right, from the Berkshire class, our exhibitor is Easton Arthur. From the Duroc class, our exhibitor is Brooklyn Pendle.
Yeah, I think they're way
From the Hampshire class, Betsy Moore. From the Landress class, Emmett Young. From the Poland class, Kinley Cupper. From the Spot class, Jace Redden. From the Tamworth class, Emmett Arthur. From the York class, Brooklyn Pendle. And from the cross class, Easton Arthur will now be showing for Grand, Reserve, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall gilt. And as I said before, after this is over, we will be doing photos here in the ring. Once again, we'd like to thank our judge this evening, Clay Kretzmeyer. Clay's from Fowler, Indiana. He judged livestock at Illinois Central College and Purdue University, where he got a degree in ag sales and marketing. Currently, Clay coaches the livestock judging team at Purdue, helps on his family grain farm, and runs Kretzmeyer Show Pigs, focusing on Spot and Chester Show Pigs. Once again, let's give our judge this evening, Clay Kretzmeyer, a hand. And we'd also like to thank our sponsors tonight, Izzy's Rental and Kerr Farms for the traveling trophy, and Pendle Wealth Management for the Grand and Reserve Grand buckles this evening. So let's thank Izzy's, Kerr, and Pendle for those.
Well, boy, hey, welcome to the Pig Show, folks. I think this is an awesome set of pigs. Hey, guys out in the ring, shut them down for just a second. I won't be real long-winded. But, folks, I tell you what, these pigs are really good, but the pigs are just a byproduct of what we're trying to do out here. These young people have been awesome. The handshakes and the thank yous and everything that they do, they're kind and courteous to one another. Heck, I even saw in the first year of showmanship, the 4 guys that were in this pen were all giving knuckles to each other as they're getting out there, getting ready to fire back up. I think it's been awesome, and I have not asked you guys to do this once today, but the show has been ran awesome. I know we got to get through the barriers. I hope the crowd stays here, but while we got a good crowd, the way the show has been ran has been awesome. Let's put our hands together for the folks that help run this show and put this thing on, because I guarantee when everybody's back in the barn and everyone's ready to go home, the only thing these guys are going to hear is going to be complaints. So make sure you thank them when this deal gets done. Okay, guys, hey, fire these pigs back up. I think these things are really, really good. I've been thoroughly impressed with the purebreds. The crossbreds hit me like a ton of bricks. To be honest with you folks, it comes down between a pair of them. One that within that specific division was just a unicorn. I haven't seen many that look like that. And then there's another one that in terms of stoutness and bulk and body shape is so good. At the end of the day, they're both good hogs. And at the end of the day, you guys are coming to do this to get one person's opinion. So if you're going to be mad at anyone after the show, be mad at me. Congratulate your competitors. Make friends while you're at the county fair. Let's all be nice to each other. Hey, folks, help me congratulate young man's Tamworth Gilt's going to win. I've judged Lord knows how many shows by this point. I don't think I've ever used a Tamworth to win. The reserve jumps out and definitely fits into the mix. But like I said, it was a two-horse race. I was just a bigger fan of the Tamworth's height, the shoulder, and elevation up front. But that crossbred's pretty dang good. He's going to be reserve. The hogs still look good, and I love the way these things have been presented today. The next one out doesn't have, the hair and the paint and all that kind of stuff like some of these others have, but that's a very, very good kind of animal that got beat by a very special one as well. I like the blue gilt to be next. Gilts are starting to wear down just a shot, so I'm having to kind of reach back and remember what they looked like and how they hit me earlier in the day. There's a handful that I'd sure like to get recognition. We'll just kind of see how that keeps shaping out. One of them, very, very good within the breed, still looks awfully nice out here. Yorkshire Gilt's going to be next. Only one banner left to give out, but man, there's a lot of these things that are in the hunt, and some of them break it down. Some of them are maybe looking better than what I anticipated at this stage of the game. Bone and build and look from the side is pretty well all in check on all of them, but just kind of keep coming back to which one's different, which one's hit me the hardest early. I've never used a Tamworth to win a show. I dang sure never put two in the top five, but that's going to change today. I like the reserve Tam fifth.
Okay, I think we're about ready to start our award ceremony. I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight and supporting our 4-Hers. They worked really hard this year to get to where they're at, and they all deserve a big recognition. So if we could give them all a big clap. We've had a really exciting year this year. I don't know if you've got a chance to take a little walk through our barn, but you'll probably have noticed that we no longer have those big, heavy green pens, which we are all very excited about. We were able to get a very nice grant from the Smithville Charitable Foundation, along with our other pen sponsors, the Bear Real Estate Sales, Bear Hardware, Josh and Jana Young, Pendle Wealth Management, and in memory of Jim McElroy. So if we could please give a big clap for all these folks who really helped us get our pens. We're very excited about them, and we're happy to see all the little pigs in them this year. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our senior and 10-year member recognition. What I'm going to do is have them say their name and what their plans are when they start this fall or here pretty soon.
Hi, my name is Lainey Quimby, and I plan on attending Ivy Tech to get my business management degree and then going to a beauty college to get my esthetician's license.
Hi, I'm Bailey Moore, and I'm going to Franklin College to study exercise science and to play volleyball.
Hi, I'm Maren Winkle. I'm going to Purdue University on the pre-vet track.
Hi, I'm Eliza Tragesser, and I'm going to Ivy Tech for business management.
I'm Hannah Crane. I'm going to Murray State to study agronomy and run cross country and track.
Hi, I'm Hayden Stevens. I'm going to Purdue University to major in ag business.
Hi, I'm Aiden Campbell, and in about a week and a half, I'll be starting with the local 22 Ironworkers.
My name's Isaiah Goff, and I'm going to Indiana State University to study kinesiology.
Hi, my name is Spencer Buchanan, and I'm going to Ivy Tech to study business and management in the fall. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Noah Olson, and I'm becoming a diesel technician.
Hi, I'm Kaden Silvers. I'm going to be attending the Vet Tech Institute to study large livestock.
Hi, I'm Branson Lisby, and I'm going to continue to participate in the workforce.
I'm Jacob Hovius, and I'm going to Ivy Tech for business.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Franklin, and I'm going to Ivy Tech to study law.
All right, let's give them one last round of applause and wish them good wishes. They have a nice bag to pack all their things in and head on their way. Thank you, guys. Okay, next we're going to give our officers some recognition. So we just want to give them a special shout out to all of our outstanding youth officers this year. They have each put in countless hours and effort into making our club run efficiently so that the Swine Club members get the best possible experience. Learn and have fun all year. We can't thank them enough for their hard work and dedication to the club. And we have a small gift for each of them to show our appreciation for everything they have done and continue to do. So they have nice windbreakers. Please give them a round of applause for all their hard work. All the decisions are made by them. Banners, what type of awards we give. They worked hard at our open show this year. Just really good leadership, and I can't say enough good things about them. Thank you.
We have Hertzman, outstanding leader, and
So our next award that we're going to give out is our Hertzman Award. The Hertzman Award is an award that allows Swine Club members to take a test with different categories, including but not limited to breed recognition, gestation, meat cuts, and ear notches, to test their knowledge of the swine species. The Herdman Award is given to a swine member who, through this test, demonstrates outstanding animal husbandry and welfare. While herdsmanship duties are a primary responsibility of all livestock exhibitors, the member awarded this award goes above and beyond throughout the year and during Fair Week to care for their animals and learn more about the species they are exhibiting. The herdsman is also eager to learn about the swine project or the pork industry, and someone who positively represents and promotes the Monroe County 4-H program. This award this year goes to Jace Redden. Our next award we'll be giving out is the Mental Attitude Award. The Mental Attitude Award honors an individual who consistently demonstrates exceptional character, resilience, and a positive outlook, regardless of the challenges they face. This award recognizes a person who leads by example, uplifts those around them, and approaches every situation with integrity, humility, and unwavering determination. Their mental strength, commitment to personal growth, and dedication to the well-being of others set them apart as a true role model. This award celebrates not just achievements, but the spirit and attitude that inspire greatness in others. This year, we're happy to say that Riley Tusing is our award winner this year. Our last award we're giving out today is Outstanding Leader. The Swine Club Outstanding Leadership Award is an award that is voted on by the adult volunteer leaders and is given to a 4-H'er who exemplifies significant leadership skills such as the ability to lead and guide other 4-H and Swine Club members, has promoted teamwork and collaboration, has worked behind the scenes to improve the Swine Club as a whole, and who has consistently done so with a positive attitude, positively influence others to do their best, and is always there to lend a helping hand. This young man that's winning this award tonight, I cannot say enough good things about him. He has came into this club with a wealth of knowledge. He has shared it with everybody. He has shown the most leadership skills that I've seen in a long time. He takes initiative, he teaches, he leads with compassion and patience to our other members. And he is truly going to be a very good leader in the future. And I cannot say enough good things about Jace Redden. All right, I think that's a wrap on our awards. We'll go ahead and start the Barrow Show. After this show, we do have a pizza party for our members, so I hope they stick around and eat lots of pizza, even though it's like 100 degrees.
All right, we're going to be getting started here in just a few minutes. We're calling up the first class of our farm born. While we're waiting on them to come up, I'd like to read through our sponsors again. Our pin sponsors this year are Smithville Charitable Foundation, Bear Real Estate Sales, Bear Hardware, Josh and Jana Young, Pendle Wealth Management. In memory of Jim McElroy, our gold level sponsors are Pendle Wealth Management, Young Trucking Incorporated, JL Benton Contracting, Stevens Family Farm Supply, Haulers Welding LLC, Josh and Jana Young, RH Marlin Excavating LLC, Naylor Trucking, Sears Trash Cleanup, Mortgage Masters of Indiana, Bobby Carney, Midwestern Property Services, Blooming Paws LLC, Keystone Cooperative, K&S Roll-Off. Our silver level sponsors are Bruce and Jaime Johnston, Heath Van Devender and family, the Polly family, Wright Family Farms, Fleener's Cleaning Services. Our bronze level sponsors are BJ McElroy, the Goth family, Kelsey Butcher family, the McCammon family, Sam and Deanna Fleener. Also, thanks to Cole Jones Excavating and the Poor Pony for the dirty sodas they donated to the Swine Club members. And thanks to Izzy's Rentals and Kerr Family Farms for the travel trophy, and Pendle Wealth Management for the Grand and Reserve Grand buckles. We'll be getting started here in just a few minutes. The show is streaming live. Ryan Holmes is streaming live tonight. If you want to watch this or let any of your friends and family know who couldn't make it this evening, it's on Facebook at Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension and on YouTube at Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. Also this evening in the ring, Thistle Hill Photo Company is the official photographer of the Monroe County Fair. Photos are free to download and they can be found on their Facebook page and the Monroe County 4-H page on Facebook. That's Thistle Hill Photo Company. And once again this evening, we'd like to thank our judge, Clay Kretzmeyer. Clay's from Fowler, Indiana. He judged livestock at Illinois Central College and Purdue University, where he got a degree in ag sales and marketing. Currently, Clay coaches the livestock judging team at Purdue, helps on his family grain farm, and runs Kretzmeyer Show Pigs, focusing on spot and Chester show pigs. Let's give Clay a big hand. Clay, are you ready to go? All right, we're getting ready to start. This will be our farm homebred barrows, and here they come in the ring. I don't have a list of the exhibitors for this class.
Well, I thought the gilt show was just incredible. The top end of those things were awesome, and there's a handful of very, very high quality show gilts that didn't get a banner. So my expectations for the barrows are set really high. So hopefully you folks sitting ringside sit in and stay for the whole show because you're in for a treat. Here in the home race deal, awesome, really, really cool division that you guys are in. It's tough to breed pigs, raise pigs, and do all this thing. So you guys out here, you get the trials and tribulations that come with this whole project. I think there's a pair of them in this drive that be interested to see how they fit in come time for the real show later because they're very high quality for their respective breeds. My favorite, your champion born and bred one out here is the young man's Hampshire barrow right out here ahead of me. That thing's a good hog. Most Hampshires aren't that comfortable in their shoulder and their knee and just front foot. I like that barrow's flexibility and range of motion up front. He's got a round shape to his body, very appropriate in terms of his muscle up high. Nice Hampshire barrow. Young lady's Poland barrow right here is going to be reserved, and I wonder if this is a litter mate to her gilt earlier. He's very similar in terms of a stoutness of bone and shape and power. I'll tell you what, young lady, if you can raise Polands that look like that, get yourself a good marketing team. You could sell Polands that look like that all over the country that could really compete, and I mean that sincerely. That's a good barrow. Young lady's Berkshire barrow here, nice pig. He's a good kind of good growing fat hog. He's too tight in his spine, not quite stout enough on his bone work. Young man's other Berkshire barrow down here. Good pig, dude. You're doing a nice job getting him shown. He's just a little too lightweight out here. Doesn't have just the punch and the horsepower what those other pigs did. Nice set out here.
Congratulations to Emmett Young with the champion home farm born barrow, and congratulations to Kinley Cupper reserve champion home farm born barrow. That's 24 coming out, attention in the swine box, being class 25. Class 25 Berkshires to the makeup ring. Entering the ring is our first class of Berkshire barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Isaiah Goff, Brooklyn Pendle, Benjamin Pauley, Knox Prince, Easton Arthur, Langley Hill, and Riley Tusing. Animals in this class range in weight from 230 to 242. I've got another sponsor we'd like to thank this evening. If you look up here at the announcer's stand, you'll notice there are a couple of white risers that are set up here to help us keep things organized. So a big thanks to Jay Deck for building those for us. It's helping keep things organized and neat up here. Thanks, Jay.
Really nice class of Berkshire Bears to start off the show. 1 and 2 have some conversation. I think 3 and 4 do as well. I told the young man just to go ahead and shut that barrow down because I like him to win. That thing's look from the side is awesome. It's unfortunate he just got a little bit cantankerous on him. But that thing, levelness of design up high and just skeletal, the range of motion and the movement that guy has off both ends of his build, I think are awesome. And then still very appropriate in terms of his muscle. I thought he was just a shot better in his body shape than the one that lands in second. Young lady's Loud March barrow right here is going to end up being in 2. This thing is longer fronted than our class winner, equally as flexible. Just study the rear portion of his flank. He's getting a little bit fat bellied relative, for not being a heavyweight hog. Not necessarily the biggest fan of that. He's not as intense in terms of his muscle shape as he goes right away. I thought 1 and 2 had some conversation. 3 and 4 do as well, no doubt. I like the young man's barrow to go ahead and end up being in 3rd. That's just a practical type of market hog. Got some spread and got some body shape. When he comes right at you, he closes up too much at the base of his chest. Would like to slicken him up just in terms of his neck and his jawline just a shot. See him move just a little bit easier off the rear portion of his build. But a practical, easy doing type of market hog, young man does a nice job with. Young lady right here that ends up being in 4. This thing is very, very highly presented. Looks like pigs that we've seen at the top end of the class just from a skin and hair standpoint. That thing is massive when you get on top of him. That is as big of a back and as big of a caboose as we have seen all day. The problem is the caboose doesn't move just like it should. He gets a little bit too out there off both ends of his build. I want to smooth him up over his shoulder, fix him off his hind leg, just so see him grab a gear and go just a little bit smoother. Young lady coming out next did a really good job earlier in showmanship. She was one that I remembered out here driving. Your intensity and your focus, young lady, is awesome. But like we said in showmanship, your barrow doesn't want to put his nose up in the air. That's not because of you. That's because your barrow is maybe just a little bit too straight up front. He doesn't have the ability to prop his nose up and go. Would like to see him come with just a little bit more muscle. But skin and hair, you got that, all that absolutely on point. Good luck to you, young lady, on the rest of your show career. If you have pigs that are presented like that, you'll do a nice job. This guy right here is going to end up being next. A big, opened up, practical type of barrow. He's not comfortable enough off his rear too for me. Young man that rounds off our class, just the lightweight, harsh-made hog of the class that needs to come with more genuine punch and power. Good set of Berkshire barrows. Nice job to all those showmen. Good job, man. I like your hat.
First place and congratulations goes to Easton Arthur. Second place, Brooklyn Pendle. Third place, Knox Prince. Fourth place, Langley Hill. Fifth place, Riley Tusing. Sixth place, Benjamin Pauley. And seventh place, Isaiah Goff. Now entering the ring is our second class of Berkshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Callum Rudisell, Ezra Sears, Trevor Durnall, Elena Quimby, Kinley Wright, and Ellie Fleener. Now showing our second class of Berkshire Barrows.
fun. Let's get. Nice set of Berkshire Barrows out here. I like the young lady's loud colored pig right here to go ahead and win the class. That's just a neat looking, tall fronted, extended type of show barrow that's really neat off the front portion of his skeleton. Very adequate in terms of his muscle shape up high, good in terms of his body. I think he kind of wins the class relatively handily, but he does need to move better off of his rear too. That's where this young man's second place barrow has the advantage. That young man's barrow, his name is Blitz, and Blitz comes with some power just like a Blitz does in football. That's a powerfully constructed, good made type of Berkshire barrow young man. And he said that his favorite thing about Blitz is that he's a lot of fun. And young man, I'm glad you're having fun because things got a little cantankerous out here at times. You were the one showman that stayed the coolest and the calmest throughout the whole drive. So I appreciate that, dude. Nice job being second in class. The other guy down there is going to end up being in third. And that's a barrow that maybe just doesn't come quite as good in terms of his body shape, not quite as stout, just in terms of his foot and bone. But I thought just from a compositional standpoint, had an advantage over some of the pigs further on down the line. A couple of these pigs we're dropping out next. The young lady's barrow that comes out here, he's one that's too straight out of his shoulder. He's a little gimpy right there off the right side. Needs to come with more bone and be settled down in his spine. Young lady's barrow right here, just a good practical type of fat hog, but that's the problem. He's just a little too fat at this stage of the game. Young man's hog that rounds off the class, just a practical, easy doing type of market hog. He needs to come with more bone or more look, just a shot more genuine shape up high. But hey, I appreciate the drive and the effort of all those young people in that class. Nice job.
First place and congratulations goes to Elena Quimby. Second place, Ezra Sears. Third place, Callum Rodisel. Fourth place, Ellie Fleener. Fifth place, Kinley Wright. And sixth place, Trevor Durnall. Will now be showing for champion Berkshire Barrow. From our first class, our exhibitor is Easton Arthur. And from our second class, Elena Quimby.
Good pair of barrows, and just set the evaluating of the hogs aside a little bit. I think the showman, if you're in the barn and within the sound of my voice, let's be very cognizant of how we're showing these animals. If they want to fight you, I appreciate you. Don't try to get them out of the corner, but let's be a little bit mindful about how we utilize our show whips and our show tools. Like the young man's barrow, he's breaking down on him. He is not just beating on the pig. He realized that pig's out of gas, and he just knows when to shut him down. So things like that, I appreciate. Let's take it easy on the whips on a couple of these guys, and that's more so going to some people that are back in the barn. But let's talk about the pigs. I think the pair is really, really good, but at the same time, one hit me really hard in class. Young man, hope he gets more gas in the tank for later on tonight. You're going to have our champion Berkshire Barrow. Young lady that was second in that class kind of fits a similar mold to what the other class winner does. Both these barrows are really neat looking in terms of their design and their balance from the side. They're both pretty loud marked too, kind of got a unique color pattern about both of them. As we drop the pair out here together, there's an obvious difference in terms of size and muscle, but I think in my mind, there's still a difference in terms of flexibility and function off both ends of the build. I like the young lady that was second in that class to end up being reserve.
Congratulations goes to Easton Arthur with the champion Berkshire Barrow, and congratulations to Elena Quimby, reserve champion Berkshire Barrow.
Yeah.
Clay Kretzmeyer.
Kretzmeyer?
Kretz, like with a K. Kretzmeyer. Now entering the ring is our Chester White Barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Raylan Fleener and Kinley Cupper.
interesting pair of Chester barrows that are just drastically different in terms of the way they're put together. Similar, in terms of size and weight, but boy, they are just very different kinds of animals. I like the young lady right here in the middle of the ring to go ahead and have our class winner and champion Chester. That guy up front, I get very smooth in terms of the way he ties in up front in the mid portion of his body. I think he's got a decisive advantage in terms of roundness, a rib shape, and just the look that he has right there to the center portion of his body. I'd like to tweak him off either ends. I'd sure like to make him stouter in his bones, stouter in his skull when he comes at you. And as he goes right away, he's got kind of a goofy shape to his hip and hind leg. I'd like to just intensify him in terms of his rib bone and square him up. That's where the young lady's second and reserve champion, Chester Barrow's got the advantage. He's taller fronted. I think he's square as he goes ahead and leaves you. But as you get in behind that pair of hogs, I didn't think the reserve had quite the muscle, quite the body shape of what that class winner did. But a good pair of Chester Barrows, no doubt. For only being two at the show, might as well be two good ones. Good job to both those young ladies.
Congratulations goes to Raylan Fleener with champion Chester White Barrow, and congratulations to Kinley Cupper with reserve champion Chester White Barrow. Okay, now entering the ring is our first class of Duroc Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Eli Arthur, Kaya Francis, Joby James, Isaiah Goff, Wesley Fansler, Jacob Hovius, and Abigail Pendle. Animals in this class range in weight from 217 to 276.
Nice set of red pigs, in a class that's got a pretty big weight spread, and kind of looks like the lightweight one's definitely in the hunt, but just kind of weighing the good against the bad. My favorite one of the group is the young lady right ahead of me in the long sleeve black shirt. That thing's shape up high is really, really good. For being a hog that's up into fight weight, spread and shape up high is good. Fresh groove working down the center of his back, and he's broad as he leaves us, and still just neat enough in terms of his look up front. I like the young man over there to end up being in second, and that one's heavy duty in terms of his foot and bone and skull. I like some of the things that guy offers. That's a pig that even up here into these weights, it looks like that pig could drop down maybe just a little bit better in terms of his flank line and his body balance come together just a little bit better. If I was judging a jackpot show, there's no doubt I would tie into this young man's third place barrel. He's just a shade over 215, what I'm led to believe, and that's a really good lightweight hog. His better days are down the road. I hope he's going to keep going to pig shows later on this summer, because this pig's going to be good later on. But today at the county fair, kind of got to judge them as they are. Pretend today is the end day, and I thought there was good enough pigs to be 1 and 2 to put that good-looking lightweight third. But a pig's got a bright kind of future ahead of him. Young man that comes out in 4, that's a pig that was really hard to look at this drive. I actually like that barrel quite a bit. I could only work him up as high into 4th place. That's a pig that I think can run with the top end of this class. Just one that's really, really challenging to get a look at. Young man's brother that goes out next, tall-shouldered, long-spined hog. He needs to go better off his left hind leg. Young lady's bear that comes out next, that's another one. Productive and practical from a body shape standpoint. He's got to be just a little bit better looking up front, come with just a shot more shape. Young man's bear that rounds off the class, another one, just a practical market hog that's converted feed to fat at an efficient rate, but come time for the show ring, wish he had more bone or just a little bit more look up front. Nice class of red pigs. Good job to those showmen.
First place, and congratulations, goes to Abigail Pendle. Second place, Joby James. Third place, Eli Arthur. Fourth place, Wesley Fansler. Fifth place, Isaiah Goff. Sixth place, Kaya Francis. And seventh, Jacob Hovius. We'll now be showing our second class of Duroc barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Madison Zeich, John Redden, Allison Lisby, Jameson Roeder, and Knox Sears. Animals in this class range in weight from 278 to 311.
Good class of heavyweight red barrows out here, and the young man right here straight ahead of me in the long sleeve blue shirt has got ourselves a very, very nice class winner. That thing's big and burly. Everything's kind of making sense at this stage of the game. Ultra stout featured when we study him up front, and then good in terms of the spread that he offers up high. I don't know, maybe he's getting a little mature on us. He wants to just wrinkle up in his hide just a little bit. I wish we could give him a little bit of a fresher, more hydrated shape up high. That's being critical of a very, very good barrow that I thought won this class very handedly. And then I think there's a lot of discussion to be had further on down the line. Young lady right here in the blue shirt's going to end up being in second, and that's another pig. I think you're going to really appreciate that guy's muscularity relative to our class winner. He probably didn't come just quite as neat looking in terms of his balance up front. He wanted to just deviate and weaken in the mid portion of his back just ever so slightly. This guy right here is going to end up being in third in the short sleeve red shirt. Nice type of barrow, but within this class, I thought he needed more spread up high. But in terms of foot and bone and skeleton, the foundation that's underneath that barrow, I think is good. I just wish he was a little bit more fresh up high. Young man coming out next has got a Duroc barrow named Big Red, and Big Red is a big red, literally. That is a 320-pound Duroc barrow that's converted feed to fat and efficient rate. Big Red's just a little bit too big at this stage of the game. Wish we'd see him just a little bit fresher in terms of his body. Young lady rounds off our class, barrow that's got some muscle. He's got to go better off both ends of his skeleton for me. Another good class of red barrows. Good job to those showmen.
First place and congratulations goes to John Redden. Second place, Madison Zeich. Third place, Jamison Roeder. Fourth place, Knox Sears. And fifth place, Allison Lisby. We'll now be showing for champion Duroc barrow from class 1. Our exhibitor is Abigail Pendle. And from our second class, John Redden.
Well, for the first time, I guess, in the barrow show, I need to slow down and just kind of really soak it in. I thought the Berkshires and the Chesters fell in the line pretty good. Both these red barrows won their classes pretty easily in my mind. So now when we get them back out here and compare the lightweight to the heavyweight, they must be, I would imagine, relatively close in weight spread right now because they look awfully similar. I think there's some good about both hogs, no doubt. One of them is so smooth just from the side and the way he's kind of put together from a transition standpoint. But like we talked, want to fix him up high in the upper portion of his skeleton just ever so slightly. The other one maybe doesn't come with the circumference of foot and bone of the other barrow out here, but in terms of fresh market hog shape up high, I think there's a lot of things you can tie into. Guys, I honestly think this is a coin flip. Both these barrows are very, very high caliber, very high quality. Both these showmen, I think, are doing an absolutely standout job. To me, I think there's one that's just a little bit better in terms of his muscle shape up high. I like the young lady's barrow right there to go ahead and be champion in the Duroc division. Taking nothing away from the showmen that were second in those classes, but like I said, these two class winners were kind of in a league of their own here in the Duroc show. This guy right here is going to be reserved. Awesome pair of red barrows here on the top end of this show. My compliments to those two.
Congratulations goes to Abigail Pendle with the champion Duroc barrel, and congratulations to John Redden with the reserve champion Duroc barrel. Now entering the ring is our Hampshire Barrel class. Exhibitors in this class are Josephine Caswell, Eliza Tragesser, Emmett Young, Bailey Moore, Tyler Campbell, and Branson Lisby. Now showing our Hampshire Barrel class. Once again, we'd like to recognize and thank our 2026 Fair Queen and her court in the ring helping pass out ribbons tonight. Our Fair Queen this year is Mallory Elliott. Our first runner-up is Sarah Carnegie. Our second runner-up is Josie Jones. Miss Congeniality, Corel Patnode. And our Princess and Miss Congeniality, Meg Wilson. Also, our first runner-up on the Princess, Adelaisa Patnode. I'd like to thank all these ladies for helping us pass out the awards this evening.
Well, for some reason, the Hampshire barrows are all moving like molasses in the wintertime, so I decided not to pin any of them up because I thought that might take too long. Everything's kind of stuck in slow motion out here. It feels like it's just weird. Every pig's going very slow. But of the slow pigs, I like the young man's home raised barrow down there to go ahead and be our class winner and champion Hampshire. Within a drive of barrows that all have some skeletal differences, that pig is unquestionably, to me, just the loosest build off both ends of his build. He's not going to blow you away with as much muscle as what some of these have, or maybe as much bone, but he puts it together in the best, most functional kind of package. I like him to win. Young lady right here with the black toed barrow is going to end up being in second. And if you watch him go from the side and just watch him drive with their noses up in the air, that young lady's barrow is the one that you're going to like. He's very tall fronted, very long necked, and gives you a really neat look from the side. When you get in behind him, I just wish there was more pig there. He flattens and tapers in the lower portion of his stifle. He's not as broad and big when you get up on top of him. Young lady right here is going to end up being a next. From a muscle standpoint, this guy's got the most. That's the biggest backed, biggest ended barrow of the drive, no doubt. But this look right here as he goes right away, he's just simply too bow-legged, to put it simply. I want to give him a more attractive and athletic angle to his hind leg. Young lady's white barrow down here, the white-legged barrow is going to end up being next. That's another one. Powerfully constructed, big muscled pig. I got to change him from a build standpoint, make him more comfortable and athletic off both ends of his build. Young lady right here is going to end up being a next, kind of a tall, long, skinny barrow. Kind of resembles our second place hog just from a look standpoint. Maybe not quite as neat up ahead of his blade. Needs to come with more muscle. Young man's barrow that rounds off the class. He's the fat pig of the class. Looks like he's a good growing, good doing, practical type of market hog. But in here, I think he pushes the envelope in terms of condition just a little bit too far. Nice set of Hampshires. Good job to those showmen.
Boys, I got class. Whoop. So, champion Hampshire went to. All right. First place and congratulations goes to Emmett Young with the champion Hampshire Barrow, and congratulations to Bailey Moore with reserve champion Hampshire Barrow. Third place goes to Tyler Campbell. Fourth place goes to Josephine Caswell. Fifth place, Eliza Tragesser. And sixth place, Branson Lisby. Now entering the ring is our Hereford Barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Emery Sears, Spencer Buchanan, Cole Fleener, Henry Kane, and Jake Naylor. Animals in this class range in weight from 190 to 281.
Neat class of Hereford Barrows to work through. There's every kind of color of Hereford that you could imagine is in this particular class. There's some good hogs, though, no doubt, up and down the line. I think a top pair is neat, but they're awfully different. I like this guy on the far side of the long sleeve shirt to go ahead and win this particular drive. That thing's a very stout bone type of Hereford Barrow. Big-footed and big-legged. He comes at you. He's stouter in his skull, and I think he's just bigger in terms of his upper hip shape than the one that ends up in second. And as you watch him drive away from you, he's significantly bigger, about the size of his rear foot and bone. Young man right here is going to end up being in second, and I prefer the second place Barrows, the set and the angulation to his hind leg. He's better in his rear pastern. He's better in the set to his hock. That's what allows him to kind of get out and move with ease. But relative to the class winner, not near the bone, not near the spread up high, the hog that wins, but a heads up, awesome skin and hair. Barrow, young man has had awesome pigs all day. He's been doing a good job getting them presented to a very high degree. He should be awfully proud of himself. Young lady right here with a lighter tinged, kind of goofy colored Barrow is going to end up being in third. That's another one in terms of stoutness of bone and muscle shape, has some value. Want to see him just reach and grab a gear just a little bit better. This guy right here with the big Barrow is going to end up being next. That thing's got some spread and some shape up high. I asked him, he broke his arm because a sheep jumped on it. So if you ever need a reason to not show sheep and show more pigs, that guy's cast is a good reason to do it. That's a good type of Hereford Barrow. Good growing, good eating. Just looks like he probably ate a little bit too much, a little too fat at this stage of the game. Young man that rounds off our class with a lighter weight Barrow. That one, a good build hog, no doubt, but he needs more muscle shape, needs more foot and bone. Good class of Hereford Barrows. Good job to those exhibitors.
Congratulations to Henry Kane with the champion Hereford Barrow, and congratulations to Cole Fleener with reserve champion Hereford Barrow. Third place goes to Emery Sears. Fourth place, Jake Naylor. And fifth place, Spencer Buchanan. We'll now be showing our Landress Barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Gideon Phipps and Emmett Young.
Nice landrace barrows that are obviously at different points of their maturity curve. I like the heavyweight pig to go ahead and be our class winner and champion landrace. That's a big-legged, big forearmed type of hog, but then still, for being extra stout in terms of his feature, still looks like a landrace up front in terms of ear size and all that kind of the breed character stuff up front, which I realize not the coolest thing for a show pig judge to talk about, but it is cool that he looks like a landrace, comes with more bone and more muscle than the general population. Young man that ends up being in second, that pig can honestly fit inside of our class winner, but at least he still gets to go home with a banner. That pig just needs more time to bulk up and do the right things, but good pair of landrace barrows. Good job to both those showmen.
Congratulations to Emmett Young with the champion landrace barrow, and congratulations to Gideon Phipps, reserve champion landrace barrow. Now entering the ring is our Poland barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Josephine Caswell, Emma Hacker, Mabel Young, Maren Winkle, Kinley Cupper, and Aiden Campbell. Now showing Poland barrows.
Good class of Polands that are all just kind of acting like Polands right now. Nothing's really wanting to get out here and go. But one of these pigs that we saw earlier, I said in the home raised division that I think both these bears are going to compete. And then the Hampshire one, the young lady's Poland barrow, is also going to be our class winning and champion Poland barrow down there near the stand. That thing's stout boned, like we talked about him earlier. Good built, good looking, good muscled, and the young lady raised him too. That's just kind of the cherry on top. Good job to you, young lady. Nice pig to win. Young lady right there in the tank top's going to end up being in second, and she's done an awesome job showing pigs today. She's cracking a smile about every time she goes across, but when she looks at me, she knows that it's game time. But she's having fun out here, and that's what's most important. A really long-fronted, neat barrow from a head and neck perspective. She does a great job getting that pig presented. He doesn't have as much body shape as what our class winner did, but young lady, you're having fun, and by all means, smile every time you come out here in the ring. You're doing a really good job getting that barrow shown. Young lady on the gate's going to end up being in third with the heavyweight pig. He was a little bit late late to join the party, but I'm glad he did. It's a good built barrow that's got some spread and some shape up high. Study him in the under portion of his body wall. I just read that pig to be getting a little too fat, not quite the stoutness of foot and bone I'd like to see at this stage of the game. Young lady right here in the long sleeve shirt ahead of me is going to end up being next. Good built, long, extended type of hog. He needs to come stouter in his foot and his bone to be up any higher in this particular drive, but a nice type of pig to end up being a next. Young lady right here with a very smooth barrow from the side. That barrow I just wish had a shot more, just muscle shape and expression, but he's long fronted and really comfortable out of his shoulder. Nice pig to end up being the next. Young man rounds off our class. That barrow's being a little bit of a knucklehead on him. A practical type of market hog, but come time to hit the show ring. Wish he had more bone or more look up front. Not quite as attractive as the pigs up the line, but good muscle and good body shape, no doubt. Nice job to all those Poland exhibitors.
First place and congratulations goes to Kinley Cupper with the champion Poland barrow. Congratulations to Mabel Young with the reserve champion Poland barrow. Third place goes to Marin Winkle. Fourth place, Josephine Caswell. Fifth place, Emma Hacker. And sixth place, Aiden Campbell. Now entering the ring is our spot barrow class. Exhibitors in this class are Henry Kane, Samson Dillard, Oliver Goff, Mabry Redden, and Henry Ferguson, now showing spot barrows. Animals in this class range in weight from 160 to 262.
Good class of 5 spotted barrows, and to me, everything just fits into line. There's a pig that fits into first through fifth very, very logically. I like the young man right here to my left to win this particular class. This is a really nice show barrow. I love spot show hogs, and when you can make a spot that is built like that in terms of comfort, of foot, and just skeletal angles, that's really, really cool. Still comes with plenty of muscle, plenty of body shape. He's awesome looking up front. Young man, awesome job getting your pig presented to a very high degree. Think that's a really, really nice class winner. Young lady right here is going to end up being in second. And for as good looking as our class winners up front, young lady's barrow is equally as long and extended up ahead of his shoulder blade. Very fresh in terms of his back shape. He's not as stout bone as our class winner. He's not as big working down the center of his back as our class winner, but a good pig to end up being in second. Young man in the corner with the little eared barrow is going to end up being in third. And I don't know if you folks saw, this pig has the smallest ear I've ever seen. I would love to meet the individual that ear notched that thing, because that is crazy. That barrow's name is Nemo, like the fish in the movie that's got the little fin. That guy's got a little ear. He's big and practical and bold, not quite fancy enough for this particular setting. This pig right here is going to be next, a big, opened up, practical, easy feeding hog. He needs to be sounder off both ends of his build. Round off this class with the lighter weight barrow. This one's next. Lightweight barrow just needs to come with more shape and muscle. Good class of spots.
All right. First place and congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson. with the champion spot barrel. Congratulations to Mabry Redden with the reserve champion spot barrel. Third place goes to Samson Dillard. Fourth place, Oliver Goff. And fifth place, Henry Kane. Now entering the ring is our first class of Tamworth Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Evelyn Deck, Owen Young, and Leona Fair. Animals in this class range in weight from 230 to 275.
First class of Tam Barrows comes out with some differences in it, but boy, oh, if you don't like this young lady's barrow right here ahead of me, then we do not see hogs the same. That's a really good show pig. I don't care what color he is or what direction his ears go. That thing is aggressive in terms of his foot and his bone. Get in behind that pig. He is so broad up high and matches that width down low with some big feet and legs to go with it. Not a hair out of line on that particular animal. Young lady's done a nice job showing pigs all day. Probably the best job she's done all day showing her Tamworth barrow. Nice pig, young lady. That's a good one to win this class. This guy right here is going to end up being in second, and I thought that one was just maybe a notch more appropriate in terms of his body shape relative to the one that ends up in third. Nice pig to end up being in two. The young lady that ends up being in third with the barrow that's maybe directionally challenged in terms of his ear set. He's big and heavyweight and easy feeding. All those things are good, but that's a pig that needs to be a little bit fresher up high and fresher in terms of his body shape. Good trio of Tam Barrows.
First place and congratulations goes to Evelyn Deck. Second place goes to Owen Young, and third place, Leona Fair. Now entering the ring is our second class of Tamworth Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Samson Dillard, Allison Lisby, Kinley Cupper, and Riley Tusing. Animals in this class range in weight from 294 to 328.
We got some big boys out here. When 294 pounds is the lightest weight pig in class, that's a lot of big hogs. Young lady on the far side, well, hopefully let's get that pig into a pin. I like that barrow to win. We'll just swing him in right there. That's a nice type of barrow. Of the class of big heavyweight hogs, that heavyweight was able to manage that added size and capacity with just being a shot more genuine over the top side of his skeleton. Good pig to win. Young lady right here is going to end up being in second, and she's still doing an awesome job. Every time you come in, young lady, I can tell that you're focused and you're ready to get after it. That's a nice barrow. He's big. Boy, he's really big. Tall-shouldered, long spine, big framed, but honestly, he probably still needs to have more in terms of his body shape, but he did a nice job. Skin and hair is awesome on your pig. You do a great job getting him shown. Nice type of pig to end up being second in this class. Young lady right here is going to end up being in third. Big-chested, broad-back type of hog. He gets a little bit wrinkled up in his ham-loin hookup. Not quite as fresh, just working up high as what a couple of the other pigs were. Young man on the far side that rounds off this particular class. A barrow that's just not one to cooperate, one that's pretty challenging to evaluate. He's too wasty in the under portion of his belly wall. Needs to be stouter in terms of his foot and bone. Good job to the exhibitors there in that second class, Tamworth Barrows.
First place and congratulations goes to Kinley Cupper. Second place, Riley Tusing. Third place, Allison Lisby. And fourth place, Samson Dillard. Will now be showing for champion Tamworth Barrow. From the first class, our exhibitor is Evelyn Deck. And from our second class, our exhibitor is Kinley Cupper.
Good Tamworth show, and I think all the purebred breed champions so far have been very, very high caliber. But to tell you this one wins with a slam dunk would be putting it lightly. He jumps from the free throw line, puts it all the way back behind his head, and slams it home. Young lady, you got our champion Tamworth Barrow with a pretty good hog. We'll drop out that young man's second out of that class, and a nice pig, no doubt, but maybe one that wasn't maybe wanting to move just quite as good off the rear portion of his skeleton. I like the young lady's heavyweight class winner to end up being in reserve. Good job to the Tamworth exhibitors. Good job.
Congratulations goes to Evelyn Deck with the champion Tamworth Barrow, and congratulations to Kinley Cupper with reserve champion Barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Park Sears, Molly Zeich, Bailey Moore, and Waylon Van Deventer. Animals in this class range in weight from 208 to 259.
Interesting class of Yorkshire Barrows. I think with some conversation to be had between first and second. I think it's close, and third and fourth I think is close as well. I like the young man on the far side and the short sleeve shirt to go ahead and have our class winner within this particular drive. That thing's look and proportions from the side are really, really cool. Stretched out up front and good in terms of the roundness of his center body. He does a nice job getting that thing presented in terms of skin and hair and just making him be a heads up, good looking show barrow. As I get in behind that hog, I wish he had more muscle. That's where the young lady's barrow right here that ends up being in second has the advantage. That guy's bigger up high. He wraps more true shape and power into the lower portion of his hip. But as that pig turns and goes from the side, he's a little softer on his front feet, not quite as stout, just in terms of his foot and bone. Nice type of barrow to end up being in second. This guy right here in the cowboy hat's going to end up being in third. From a muscle shape perspective, your pig might have as much as anything in the class in terms of true, genuine shape up high. But from a build standpoint is where I decided to go ahead and put him in third. He's not quite as comfortable off both ends of his build. He's just a little bit more hesitant in terms of his step. Nice pig to be third. Young lady's barrow that ends up being in fourth. That's just a pig that I wish we had more time for that barrow because he's stout, he's good built, he's good looking, does a lot of neat things. He needs more muscle up high. He needs more muscle as he goes right away. But a good set of Yorkshire barrows. Nice job to those showmen.
First place and congratulations goes to Waylon Van Devender. Second place goes to Bailey Moore. Third place, Park Sears. And fourth place, Molly Zeig. Now entering the ring is our second class of Yorkshire Barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Maggie Zeig, Gavin Mobley, and Layla Quimby. Animals in this class range in weight from 269 to 279.
Well, when I leave here today, I want to make sure that I get the hogs lined up right, but I also want to make sure that each kid feels like they got a fair look and a fair shake out here showing pigs. So I don't mean it disrespectfully when I go fast, but when things make sense, I figure we might as well just keep the show on the road. Young lady right here with the shiny pink shirt has got ourselves a class winner and does so very, very handedly. That thing's just look and balance and proportions from the side are really, really neat and just kind of presented to the highest degree, puts the most good together in this class. Young man with the cowboy hat, if you held on to that barrel for 8 seconds, we might give you a belt buckle. That thing wants to buckle like a rodeo bull. He is athletic, no doubt. No one around ringside can question how well this barrel can move. He doesn't have as much bone as our class winner. He doesn't have quite as good shape up high, but an athletically assembled, just kind of a practical doing type of market hog. Good job to that young man. Young lady's hairy pig is going to end up being in third. I like this guy from a stoutness of foot and bone perspective, but he's a little bit mangy-legged, just looks a little bit coarse in terms of his body, in terms of the way he's put together. Not quite as smooth and athletically assembled as the pig that wins the class. Nice trio of them. Good job to the Yorkshire Barrow showman.
First place and congratulations goes to Layla Quimby. Second place, Gavin Mobley. And third place, Maggie Zeig. We'll now be showing for champion Yorkshire Barrow. From Class 1, our exhibitor is Waylon Van Devender. And from Class 2 is Layla Quimby, now showing for champion Yorkshire Barrow.
Well, I think the Yorkshire Barrows from top to bottom probably presented as many differences as what we've seen so far today, but I'm very comfortable with these two class winners. Both of these barrows fit a similar mold of just what I've kind of been looking for today in terms of build and balance and just presence from the side. They check all those boxes, and then you get in behind them, and start analyzing muscle and body shape. I think that's where one barrow has a decisive advantage. I like the young lady's heavyweight right here to be champion Yorkshire. We drop out Speed Demon, that was second out of that class, and we talked about that pig's value there. But like I said, I think our two class winners were just kind of head and shoulders amongst the rest within this particular breed. This guy right here is going to be reserve.
Congratulations to Layla Quimby with the champion Yorkshire Barrow, and congratulations to Waylon Van Devender with reserve champion Yorkshire Barrow. Now entering the ring is our first class of light crossbred barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Tyler Campbell, Hayden Stevens, Blake Chandler, Caden Silvers, and Wyatt Wilson. Animals in this class range in weight from 200 to 230.
Good class to start with here in the light cross division. Young lady in the long sleeve pink shirt is going to win this particular class with the calico looking barrow. That thing, when he cooperates, gives you a really neat kind of look from the side in terms of just hike the shoulder and extension up front. Got some neat kind of parts and pieces. Would sure like to just pick him up on his front pasterns just ever so slightly, and would love to give him an attitude adjustment. But that's a nice type of pig to win. So the young lady in the long sleeve pink shirt wins the class. This guy right here in the short sleeve pink shirt is going to end up being in second with a pig that's kind of wanting to run around and race around the ring. That thing's got some bone. He's got some muscle. And then I think from a skeletal standpoint, it's kind of where he works himself up in this particular class relative to his contemporaries. Nice type of pig to end up being in second. Good job, young man. Nice job sticking with it. This young lady right here is going to end up being in third. And from a bone and muscle standpoint, this pig probably ranks fifth in a lot of regards. But he puts it together with a better kind of skeletal build and package from the side. She does a nice job getting him presented. He's high-headed. He's ultra-balanced. He needs a little bit more just in terms of real substance, but a nice pig to be further on down the line. This guy right here showing with the show harness going to end up being a next, working his tail off out here. His bear is just not wanting to cooperate the best. Good muscle up high. He's too tight in his spine. Needs to be more comfortable in terms of his build. Young lady's white bear on the gate round off this particular class. Big bones, big muscles, not quite good enough built for my particular opinion, but another good class of barrows. Good job to those showmen.
First place and congratulations goes to Hayden Stevens. Second place, Wyatt Wilson. Third place, Caden Silvers. Fourth place, Tyler Campbell. And fifth place, Blake Chandler. Now entering the ring, our exhibitors in our second class of light crossbred barrows are Easton Arthur, Bailey Moore, Elena Quimby, Harlan Van Devender, and Tyler Pattison. Animals in this class range in weight from 237 to 284.
Boy, an absolute heater of a class right out here right now. I'll tell you what, I would not be surprised if all 5 of these showmen came to the county fair and popped these barrels off the trailer and thought, hey, I got a chance to win the whole show because they look like that kind. They look like that type of barrel. I'm really, really impressed, especially with the top 3 in here. I think there's some differences. I'll tell you folks what I think and how I'm going to line them up. Young lady right here straight ahead of me is going to be first in this particular class. That thing up high, he has got an absolutely ginormous back laid in on him. His back is carved out with muscle shape and expression, and also by the hands of a talented clipper to get that guy shaped out. He's so broad on his pin set and so powerful as he leaves you, and he does it with a really, really big, dense kind of hind leg. Now, as that class winner goes from the side, I want to settle him down on his spine and make him transition into his neck just a shot more attractively. That's where I like the young man's blue barrel right here that's going to end up being in second. I far prefer this pig in terms of his balance from the side. When he goes right here, that looks like what a modern day high caliber show barrel looks like in terms of presence. As you get in behind that pair, that's where I see a decisive advantage of our class winner over the second place hog in terms of just spread and shape and freshness up high. I love the second place barrel's look from the side. I love the class winner's just muscle and expression. This guy right here in the long sleeve orange shirt, that's kind of one I was alluding to. When he loaded up his blue barrel to come to the county fair, I bet he didn't think there's no way in heck am I going third in class, because that barrel has got some attributes that another show pig judge might tie into this one and use them all day. Huge back, huge caboose, really stout in terms of his forearm. For me, I got to make him more athletic off of his hind leg. I want to tilt him back in the angle of his shoulder, just see him have more gas in the tank as the drive wears on, but a really good pig to end up being third. Young man right here that's going to end up being in fourth. In terms of just balance and presence and head carriage, this bear's got some things as good as the bear that goes in second, but he doesn't maybe come quite as exotic in terms of his foot and bone. Almost wonder if there's some Yorkshire lineage pretty closely wrapped up in this particular hog because he's really good looking, really good pattern. He doesn't have just the bone and the substance and the shape of those ones up at him, but he's awesome built, really good looking. Nice job to you, young man, on them being fourth within a tough class. Young lady that rounds off this particular drive, once we get the rest of the pigs out of the ring and let her have all the time to herself, that barrel looks really good. He's sound, he's functional. The worst part about him is he got tucked into this particular class because he kind of gets swallowed up from a muscle shape standpoint. He's not quite as big boned as a couple of those pigs further up the line, but a heck of a good class. Awesome set of showmen in that particular drive. Very, very impressive group right there.
First place and congratulations goes to Elena Quimby. Second place, Harlan Van Devender. Third place, Easton Arthur. Fourth place, Tyler Pattison. And fifth place, Bailey Moore. We'll now be showing for champion light crossbred barrel. From class 1, our exhibitor is Hayden Stevens. And from class 2, Elena Quimby.
Good pigs and just really good showmen, showing off all the hard work they've put in all summer. The lightweights are nice pigs, really nice pigs, but to be honest with you folks, that heavyweight class, those top 2, 3, 4 in that particular drive were just kind of head and shoulders above the rest. Young lady with the big bear that won that class has got your champion light cross. This guy right here is going to be reserved. Good job to both of them.
Congratulations to Elena Quimby with the champion light crossbred barrel, and congratulations to Harlan Van Devender with reserve champion light cross barrel. Now entering the ring is our first class of dark crossbred barrels. Exhibitors in this class are Barrett Tragesser, Brooks Tragesser, Hayden Stevens, Easton Arthur, Tessa Wimmer, and Hannah Crane. Animals in this class range in weight from 86 to 230.
Shut him down. Shut him down. Nice way to start off the Dark Cross Barrow Show, and an unquestionable class winner. This guy right here wins this class and does so for fun. It's not even close. This barrow compared to the next best one is a long ways away. He's stout, he's burly, he's good looking. His better days are yet ahead of him, but then still in this particular drive, unquestionably the best barrow in this particular drive. I like this young lady right here to end up being in second. A nice barrow. He's not as comfortable in terms of a skeletal movement as the barrow that wins, but he's far more comfortable than the pigs that get tucked in behind him. He's good in terms of his muscle shape, got a round shape to his center body. Nice job to this young lady on ended up being in second. The vocal barrow of the class is going to end up being in third, and I like a lot of things about that barrow except for his attitude. We'll just go ahead and ease him on out. That barrow is long and extended. He's hard-shaped. That guy needs just a massive attitude adjustment come time for the show ring. This guy right here is going to end up being next. A little pig that, I don't know. He's got a long ways to go for that pig is kind of at his end point. He just needs to kind of grow and develop and continue to do the right things, but hopefully he'll get better with time. That guy right there is going to end up being next with the other kind of calico barrow. Nice type of pig, just needs more time. Round out the class with the young lady down there in the corner, a barrow that just needs to be completely redesigned from a skeletal standpoint, but a good class of them. Nice job to those exhibitors.
Still figuring out.
Yeah, we don't know.
Call what the next class coming in, so we're on. Now entering the ring is our second class of dark crossbred barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Brooklyn Pendle, Caden White, Eli Arthur, Avery Michael, and Henry Ferguson. And this one also?
Oh, yeah.
And Elijah Redden. Sorry about that. All right, results from the last class. I didn't get them called out yet. From the first class of dark crossbreds, our exhibitors, first place and congratulations goes to Easton Arthur. Second place, Hannah Crane. Third place, Hayden Stevens. Fourth place, Brooks Tragesser. Fifth place, Barrett Tragesser. And sixth place, Tessa Wimmer.
Interesting class to work through as the Bears start to get loud on us. Young man right here has got our class winner in this particular drive. Very, very heavy duty in terms of foot and feature and a bold, expressive bear. When you get on top of him and get in behind him, like the shape and the dimension that guy offers, and obviously presented to the nines, a really neat looking pig to go ahead and win. Young lady, solid black bear is going to end up being in second. That thing is as hard backed and as carved out as what we've seen all day. Huge up high, huge as he goes right away. Compared to the bear that wins, he's not as stout and sturdy in terms of his foot and his bone and his forearm. I wish we could give him a shot more substance underneath to go ahead and get around that class winner, but an interesting pair up top. Young man with kind of the off-belted bear is going to end up being in three. From a stoutness of feature standpoint, that guy's feet and legs and skull are really, really neat to look at as he drives from the side. When I get in behind this hog, I just wish there was more there. He kind of flattens and tapers to the upper portion of his hip when you get in behind him, get off to the side of him. I just wish there was more right there in the lower portion of his hip. Awesome looking, stout boned, a cool looking kind of critter. Needs more muscle. This guy right here is a very, very knowledgeable kind of showman. Knows when to go and knows when to kind of press on the clutch and take it easy. That bear is good. Looks like, a good kind of muscle up high, good kind of muscles. He goes right away. He too probably needs to be intensified in terms of his bone size, maybe just feeling a little bit under the weather today, but a nice bear to be for. Young man, I appreciate you knowing when to go and when to hold off. Nice job. Young lady's bear right here, a nice type of pig, got some spread, got some body. He's too rigid in terms of his skeletal movements for me. Round off the class with the young man's Berkshire appearing bear, just needs more foot and bone and substance on this particular drive. Nice job, nice class of them.
First place and congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson. Second place, Brooklyn Pendle. Third place, Eli Arthur. Fourth place, Elijah Redden. Fifth place, Avery Michael. And sixth place, Caden White. Now entering the ring is our third class of dark cross barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Joby James, Hudson Clark, Henry Ferguson, Landon Llewellyn, Hayden Clark, and Elena Quimby. Animals in this class range in weight from 247 to 256.
tough class to work through because honestly, within about 5 steps in the ring, I knew these were the 2 that needed to sort up, and the other 4 barrows just kind of wanted to be knuckleheads for the showman. So wanted to get those out of the way so these 2 pigs could have their time out in the ring without any traffic to get in the way. I think it's really, really close because both these barrows are extremely impressive from a lot of angles. I think as the drive wears on, one of them just stays more comfortable out of his hip and hind leg. That's the young man's belted barrow right there to go ahead and win this particular class. That guy is a very, very long-fronted, stout-boned individual that gives you a neat look from the side. Get in behind him. He's got a fresh groove working down the center of his back in a good kind of shape as he leaves you. Young man's Calico, or the crazy colored barrow that ends up in second. That's a good barrow. Honestly, I go back and forth in my mind quite a bit because the Calico pig's head and neck and the way he's extended up front, I think is more attractive than our class winner. He's equally as broad up high. He's got just as much shape working down the center of his back. His front feet were a little collapsed on us. Maybe just didn't want to hinge and move out of his hip and hind leg as good as the hog that goes right up ahead of him. We got some vocal pigs on down the line that know where the outgate is, so we're just going to ease them right on out of here. Young man right here that has a big barrow, good bodied, good kind of proportions, needs more foot and bone. Young lady's barrow right here, he's got some stoutness of feature. He's too out there off both ends of a skeleton. He's a little bit too bow-legged and flat-footed. This guy's barrow right here, kind of a good-bodied, practical market hog, needs more bone and needs more look. Young man's barrow that rounds off the class, one that was just too hard to look at, to be honest with you. He's pliable and fat and productive, needs more bone, needs more look in this class. Good class of crossbred barrows, especially to those kids that went 1 and 2 in that class. Nice job.
First place and congratulations goes to Henry Ferguson. Second place, Joby James. Third place, Landon Llewellyn. Fourth place, Elena Quimby. Fifth place, Hayden Clark. And sixth place, Hudson Clark. We'll now be showing our last class of dart cross barrows. Exhibitors in this class are Ethan Faulkner, Cole Fleener, Layla Quimby, Landon Llewellyn, Eli Arthur, and Evelyn Deck. Once again, we'd like to thank tonight's sponsors this year for our 2026 Swine Club. Our pin sponsors are Smithville Charitable Foundation, Bear Real Estate Sales, Bear Hardware, Josh and Jana Young, Pendle Wealth Management, and in memory of Jim McElroy. Our gold level sponsors are Pendle Wealth Management, Young Trucking Incorporated, J.L. Benton Contracting, Stevens Family Farm Supply, Hollers Welding LLC, Josh and Jana Young, R.H. Marlin Excavating LLC, Naylor Trucking, Sears Trash Cleanup, Mortgage Masters of Indiana, Bobby Carney, Midwestern Property Services, Blooming Paws LLC, Keystone Cooperative, K&S Roll-Off. Silver level sponsors are Bruce and Jaime Johnston, Heath Van Devender and family, the Polly family, Wright Family Farms, Fleener's Cleaning Services. Bronze level sponsors are BJ McElroy, the Goth family, Kelsey Butcher family, the McCammon family, and Sam and Deanna Fleener. We'd also like to thank Cole Jones Excavating and the Poor Pony for the dirty sodas they donated to the club. And we'd like to thank Izzy's Rentals and Kerr Farms for the traveling trophy, and Pendle Wealth Management for the Grand and Reserve Grand buckles.
Good top pair of bears that the two young men are out here driving, and I've been going back and forth, and the young ladies are going to end up being third and fourth, but they got their pigs so broke and so good out here in the show ring. I'm not going to pin you up if you can drive hogs like that. So we're in between the young guys for 1 and 2. Both these bears have a lot of interesting angles to them, but the one to me that I think is just a shot more secure going right away is the young man's black half-belted bear right there to go ahead and win this particular drive. Sounds like you got a fan club, dude. You can go ahead and crack a smile when you win a class. And that's a big back, stout bone, good skulled bear. Where I thought he had an advantage over the bear that ends up in second is just the placement and the comfort and the security of his right rear leg as he goes right away. This calico bear is a man-child when you get on top of him. He is huge muscled. He is as broad-backed and round-bellied as you could make one at this stage of the game. He's huge in his hip shape as he goes right away. Compared to the bear that wins, I don't think his bone quite matches his muscle just quite as attractively. He wants to roll on the outside of that right rear foot just a shot. You got to be ultra critical when the pigs are this good at this stage of the game. I think that's a very, very high caliber top pair. Both those young men do an awesome job getting those two presented. Young lady right here is going to end up being in third. A neat barrel from the side in terms of stoutness of foot and forearm and skull. The way he's just kind of assembled up front is really cool. He can fit inside of our top two in terms of back shape and hip shape as he goes right away. But that young lady was doing such a good job getting our bear presented. Decided to let her stay out and keep driving. Same thing can be said for the young lady that's right here that ends up being in fourth. Love the way that she gets her pigs presented all day. That pig is chock full of shape and muscle. To me, he's not good enough in his skeleton. I want to fix him in his shoulder, lay him in a little bit smoother and set him back, change the angle to his hind leg. If that pig was better built from a skeletal standpoint, I think we can talk about him quite a ways up, just not sound enough for me. We got some pigs down here kind of on the bottom end of this class that need an attitude adjustment more than anything. We got pigs that need a shot more rib and bone. They just need to be more act like show pigs out here, but nice job to everyone there in that class.
First place and congratulations goes to Cole Fleener. Second place, Eli Arthur. Third place, Layla Quimby. Fourth place, Evelyn Dick. Fifth place, Landon Llewellyn. And sixth place, Ethan Faulkner. We'll now be showing for champion dark cross barrow from Class 1. Our exhibitor is Easton Arthur. From Class 2, Henry Ferguson. From Class 3, Henry Ferguson. And from Class 4, Cole Fleener, now showing for champion dart cross barrow.
I had these showmen go ahead and shut these pigs down, not because I'm going to give a speech, but because this is how you show pigs, guys. This show pig project doesn't start a week ago. It starts in the springtime. So these exhibitors get it. You guys have been working your tails off all year to make these things look just like this. And these pigs aren't running and fighting and screaming. And I realize it's tough. That happens at times. But this is because the hard work went in when the time mattered the most. And that was a long, long time ago, okay? So these 4 showmen in particular, well, I guess 3, because one guy's got 2 of them out here. You guys need some special recognition for making your hogs look really good. Okay, now start showing your pigs. Yeah, give them a good round of applause. There you go. I think these crossbred barrows are extremely impressive, from the lightweights all the way up to the big dog that just rolled through. When you talk about look and balance and pattern from the side, this is my kind of show pig. When all these things can go, their heads up, they're far reaching. And then when you get in behind these hogs, the shape and the power and the expression that they got, I think is so, so impressive. To me, it comes down between a pair of them out here. And when you get in right behind them, one's just that much bigger, that much broader, and offers you just a shot more shape up high. I think a very good type of show barrow. This guy right here has got your champion dart cross. We drop out that wild colored critter that ends up being second in that class, and just equally as impressive from a muscle shape perspective. His right hind leg maybe just wasn't quite as square as our eventual champion. Like I said, I thought it came down between a pair of them. There's another one in terms of balance and proportions. He's so, so good. Maybe not just quite as broad as the one that wins, but a dang good reserve. That guy right there is going to be next. Hey, good job, guys. Good job. Nice work. You got a good shout out right there. That was a good time to sneak in.
Congratulations to Cole Fleener with the champion dart cross barrow, and congratulations to Henry Ferguson, reserve champion dart cross barrow.
Elena Quimby.
Right there. Okay. Now we'll be showing for the champion crossbarrow from our light class. The exhibitor is Elena Quimby, and from the dark class, Cole Fleener. Now showing for champion crossbarrow.
Well, I try not to ever get nervous when grabbing the microphone. I want to do everything with confidence and conviction, in which I do. But when the pigs look like this, it can't help but makes the hair on your arm stand up just a little bit more. Man, these things are cool. They got all the parts and pieces that I've been tying into all day. Didn't know what to expect when coming down here to work through these hogs. But man, both these bears and the bears that are in the holding pens have kind of exceeded my expectations. One of them's had the benefit of maybe going back to the pen and getting a little bit of rest. One of them's been up here the entire time. As we watch the pigs and just study their angles, I think one of them's just a shot more comfortable up high, just a little bit more comfortable going away. Folks, help me congratulate that guy right there with the dark crossbred's got your champion. That reserve dark jumps out, and the decision doesn't become any easier. He's kind of assembled similarly to what our champion was, just in terms of the way that he ties up high and everything blends together so smooth. But at the same time, within that light cross division, that young lady's solid white bear, that thing is muscle is absolutely insane. I would challenge you to go back and get on top of that hog. When he goes from the side, I want to make him tie in just a little bit smoother, and from his neck into his shoulder, I want him to settle him down just a shot in his spine. That's being awfully critical. I like him next best.
Congratulations to Cole Fleener with champion crossbarrow, and congratulations to Elena Quimby with reserve champion crossbarrow. We're ready to call them all up, Sarah. All right, we've got some animals coming up. We're getting ready to do the grand drive. We'll pick grand champion, reserve grand, third, fourth, and fifth overall. We've got the animals coming up, and as we bring them out, we'll call them out by the breed as they come into the ring. Again, we'd like to thank Ryan Holmes for streaming this live tonight on Facebook at Monroe County 4-H Purdue Extension, and on YouTube at Monroe County 4-H Youth Development. Thanks to Ryan Holmes for streaming live. We'd like to thank all the ring stewards out here tonight that have been helping move the animals around. The Queen and her court. And we'd like to thank Thistle Hill Photography for taking photos tonight. Thistle Hill's the official photographer of the Monroe County Fair. Photos are free to download, and they can be found on their Facebook page and the Monroe County 4-H page on Facebook, Thistle Hill Photo Company. All right, the guys in the ring say we're ready. All right, from the Berkshire class, our exhibitor is Easton Arthur. From the Chester class, Raylan Fleener. From the Duroc class, Abigail Pendle. From the Hampshire class, Emmett Young. So now we're on the Herefords. Okay. From the Hereford class, Henry Kane. From the Landris class, Emmett Young. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to watch the judge as he gives them a signal. From the Poland class, Kinley Cupper. From the Spot class, Henry Ferguson. From the Tamworth class, Evelyn Deck. From the York class, Elena Quimby. And from the Cross class, Cole Fleener. Once again, we'd like to thank our judge, Clay Kretzmeyer. He's from Fowler, Indiana. Clay judged livestock at Illinois Central College and Purdue University, where he got a degree in ag sales and marketing. Currently, Clay coaches the livestock judging team at Purdue, helps on his family grain farm, and runs Kretzmeyer Show Pigs, focusing on Spot and Chester Show Pigs. Let's thank Clay again tonight.
I'll tell you folks what, I'm so thankful and grateful for the opportunity to come down here to Monroe County and work through these pigs. It's been awesome all day, from the very first class of first-year showmen up here to the Grand Barrow Drive. This group of young people has been absolutely impressive. I'm so thankful for the opportunity. I'm thankful that we live in a country where we can do this, and I'm thankful that the good Lord above has blessed us with the opportunity to work with these young people and work with these pigs and just be able to do this thing. It's been a lot of fun. Hey, folks, like I said, I didn't ask you to do this a whole lot, but I think we need to hoop and holler and put our hands together as loud as we have all day for an awesome set of young people. I'll go out and get you a champion. That young man's crossbred bear, I think, is absolutely incredible. I'm glad to be able to tie into one like that to win. But I tell you what, there's another one that just hit me so hard in class, just doing a lot of right things. We nitpicked him at times, but at the end of the day, we just got to appreciate good hogs for good hogs. Young lady that was reserved crossbred is going to be reserved grand. Those two crossbreds are awesome, and I'm excited to go stand there at the backdrop picture. I'm sure they won't cooperate and won't look just like they did in the show. But there's another one that, man, oh, man, I haven't seen one like this. And just the way he puts things together, he's very, very unique for the breed. Young lady's Tamworth bear is going to be third. I wish there was 10 banners and 20 chairs. I wish we could get all you guys out here with some hardware and some awards, because you guys have been just doing an awesome job all day. Just an awesome county fair, and just been really, really thankful for the opportunity. Another one out here that within a breed and within a giant that I thought was really, really good. This guy still kind of stood out amongst the rest. Folks, help me congratulate young lady's Duroc bear right there is going to be next. Good job. That reserve red will jump out and sure fit into the mix, no doubt. And once again, hey, guys, at the end of the day, these banners and these trophies, they're awesome. They look cool for a little bit. They'll get dusty and they'll go in a box someday and you'll kind of forget about it. So while you're here at the county fair, make friends, be kind to everyone, just be nice at the end of the day. We all want to win, but at the end of the day, it's not always going to happen. We do this just to get one guy's opinion. So if you disagree with anybody today, disagree with me, but be nice to each other when you guys go back to the barn. I've had a blast, folks. Thanks for having me. Spot bear is going to be fifth.
Congratulations to Cole Fleener with the Grand Champion Barrow. And congratulations to Elena Quimby, Reserve Grand Champion Barrow. Congratulations to Evelyn Deck with 3rd overall Barrow. Congratulations to Abigail Pendle, 4th overall Barrow. And congratulations to Henry Ferguson, 5th overall Barrow. This concludes our show. Everyone have a safe trip home, and we'll see you back at the fair tomorrow.